Good morning, everyone. It's good to see a crowd out here. We really appreciate you joining us. Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. I can't believe it's March already. That's a problem when you have a short February. And I hope some of you got to see that lunar eclipse last night. So it was actually early this morning. It was pretty amazing. So for those that feel comfortable taking part in the eclipse watching experience. I know some of our Native American brothers and sisters do not, and we respect everybody's culture and how they choose to celebrate the lunar eclipse. So, or not. But it was pretty awesome for those of us who saw it. Today is a regular meeting at 10 o'clock. And we have a number of items on our agenda, but the very first item on our agenda is roll call. So I am Patrice Horseman. I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
And District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District number 5.
Yes, and I'm online, joined virtually. This is Lena Fowler.
All right, so you've got us all. That's a good thing as your public servants today. Our next order of business is a Pledge of Allegiance. Those who can, please stand so we can honor our country. Next part of our agenda is the call to the public. Members of the public, for those that are here and for those that are listening online, this is the time for you to address your concerns, questions, things that you need to bring to the board. And now is the time to do that. It's for items that are not on the agenda because there will be time for discussion here with the board for the board discussion and staff discussion on those items. So items not on the agenda, please, you ask your questions. Since they aren't on the agenda, though, Arizona law, the open meeting law, requires that we not discuss them. But what we can do with the information you provide is we can ask our staff to take a look at it, or we can set it for a follow-up board meeting if it's something for the full board to have consideration or discussion on. We ask that speakers keep themselves to 3 minutes. To remember, this is an open public meeting. We expect you to be courteous and appropriate in your open discussions. And we really look forward to hearing from you. So I'm going to turn this over to the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, and she's going to tell how you can join us here and call to the public. So Lindsay, please.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment, we do have comment cards on the table by the door. And then also, if you're watching virtually on our stream, you can send comments to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. Also, if there's anyone here in the room, you can make your way up to the podium now if you would like to make a comment, as we do not have any comment cards at this time.
All right, members of the public, now's your time. Anybody online?
We do not have any comments online, and we do not have any comment cards, Chair.
All right. Well, we're going to move on. And we do have proclamations. And I know there's a few people here today for proclamations. And I have to say, we really appreciate members of the community coming together and joining us on these proclamations. It's an opportunity for us to know what's going on in the community. It's an opportunity for the community to know what's going on and some of the great events that we have. And this is a great community and a very involved community. So it's really wonderful to take this opportunity to acknowledge and recognize certain things and people and events and weeks of celebration or months of celebration. So we're very happy to do this. We've got 3 today, and afterwards we want to get pictures. So we're going to get all 3 proclamations, and then we would love to join the folks with their proclamation just outside of the room, right in front on the other side of this wall, and we'll get some pictures taken. So with that, our very first proclamation is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. And we have our very own Human Resources Director, Krista Cedillo, who's going to introduce the item and introduce the folks that are here to read this proclamation. So I'm going to turn this over to you, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I am happy to introduce Truman Schoaf. He's the program director for the High Country Adaptive Sports, and he'll be reading our proclamation today.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Designated March 2026 as Developmental Disability Awareness Month, whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month provides an opportunity for our community to reflect on progress made toward inclusion and to renew its commitment to listening and to uplifting the voices of individuals with developmental disabilities. And whereas during Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, we recognize the importance of inclusion, accessibility, and equity, and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that individuals of all abilities are valued, supported, and included in every aspect of our community and society. And whereas Coconino County acknowledges the vital contributions of individuals with developmental disabilities to the strength and diversity of our county, state, and nation, as well as the families, caregivers, advocates, and service providers whose dedication, compassion, and advocacy support individuals with developmental disabilities to promote independence, representation, and inclusion. And whereas meaningful inclusion for individuals with disabilities in strengthening through community efforts that expand access to resources, services, and opportunities through Coconino County. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month and encourages all Coconino County residents to recognize the contributions of individuals with developmental disabilities and to support efforts that promote inclusivity and accessibility for people of all abilities in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there'll probably be some, you want to make some comments before we take the motion. Otherwise, we'll take the motion, then we'll do comments. And it's because I forget otherwise. So we, members of the board, we have a proclamation before us designating March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion that we designate March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, it's unanimous. Thank you so much. And I assume there'll be some events, is that right? So let's hear about the events and then we'll take comments from the board.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you to Katie Whistler Bassett, who is on our team. She's an HR specialist, and she has coordinated this month for us. So thank you, Katie. We do have 4 Lunch and Learn events on Zoom. On Wednesday, March 4th, we'll be talking about the Special Olympics, joining the conversation and learning how you too can get involved. Wednesday, March 18th, we'll be having a Lunch and Learn on intellectual disabilities. Monday, March 23rd, we'll have a Lunch and Learn with the Transition from School to Work program to employees from Flagstaff High School. And then Thursday, March 26th, this will be the 3rd time that we'll be doing this Lunch and Learn with Justice and joint instructors Justice and John and their students as they live stream their Introduction to Disability Students class. So you actually get to be a part of the class. They've let us do this 3 years. It's one of the best we've had. So you can find these opportunities on the HR SharePoint calendar if you go out and want to see what we have available for March. You can click on the link and it will add to your calendar. If you'd like us to forward you the appointments, please reach out and we can get those on your calendar as well.
Thank you so much. And by the way, Justice is usually the one who's here reading, and I really miss him. So, if I don't make it to the lunch and learn, please extend, just a big hello to Justice and hope he's doing well. So we really enjoyed meeting him over the years. Members of the board, any comments you would like to make about this Developmental Disability Awareness Month? Yeah, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm going to start by thanking you for being here this morning, for organizing this, and for reading the proclamation. And I will just say that I so appreciate the contribution that these individuals make in our community. It makes it a better community to be in with them in it. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for another great proclamation. It's always a good one to do this. And as March marks the Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, it's a time for us in Coconino County to reaffirm our commitment to inclusion, dignity, and opportunity for every member of our community. Across our departments, we recognize that people with developmental disabilities contribute in powerful ways to the strength, creativity, and diversity of our workforce. Human resources play a vital role in ensuring our hiring practices, workplace culture, and professional development pathways reflect our values of equity and accessibility. This month invites us to deepen our understanding, challenge outdated assumptions, and celebrate the individuals, employees, family members, neighbors, and partners whose talents enrich our county every day. As we honor Developmental Disability Awareness Month, let us continue to build a workplace where all employees feel supported, respected, and empowered to thrive. Inclusion is not a single initiative, it is a daily practice that strengthens our entire organization and the communities we serve. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Begay?
Good morning. Thank you for bringing the proclamation to us. It means a lot. It shouldn't just be this month. It should be every day. Every single day they should be included, and then they should be treated equal, and all the services that we have. I know we have those out there. I think that's very important. So, and this month is the month that, it's been the Developmental Awareness Month. So, but I think like I said, it should be every day and every month. So, and thank you for all the hard work that you guys do. And it's sometimes it's hard to see people with disabilities, but they're still a part of our society, so they need to be treated as such. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. Thanks for the proclamation, and we really need to continue to advocate on behalf of all people in our communities. I know that's been federal cuts that are really impacting home care, so we need to make sure we continue the awareness of these federal cuts, what the impacts are at the local level. And I'm really happy that this year and every year we've been at a point where we're doing this recognition, where like young children, a lot of times the schools don't know what how to address the kids or even the adults. So sometimes it's very subtle. So I just want to thank you for being here and just to educate us more so that we can make this awareness throughout Coconino County and the rest of the state. All right, thank you, appreciate it.
And just a quick one, I'll add to it. I remember the days when we did not have the kind of inclusion, the kind of laws, quite frankly, the kind of rights that we certainly have now. And it's been very involved through creation of the IDEA. I was actually a lawyer before there was the IDEA, Individual Disability Education Act, which provided for education for children and inclusion and opportunities. So we've seen many of us in our lifetime, especially those of us that are older, have seen a time where folks were shut away to a time where we have appropriate opportunities, accessibility, and inclusion. My sister-in-law is cognitively disabled. My spouse is her guardian. And I have seen that go from a person who was basically shut away to someone who lives in a group home with a small group of people she doesn't drive, but she's on that van every other day to go to chair aerobics and to make sure she does water aerobics. So really have to say that we have come as a nation and as a people a long way for full inclusion and accessibility, and we are all richer because of it. So for the work you do, thank you so much. For the work we do to make sure that our community is an inclusive, fair, and open, and an accessible community, thank you. And we and the Board of Supervisors, we support you and we will do our part. So thanks again, really appreciate you being here. All right, we've got more. So that was important, and we're going to take pictures after. And the next is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 2026 as Women's History Month. And I thought every day was Women's Day. But anyway, we are very happy to signify March as Women's History Month. And we're here with Jenny Buckinghorse, and really appreciate you here today to read our proclamation. And Krista, do you want to key this up?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. We're so happy to celebrate March 2026 as Women's History Month, and we do have programming available we'll talk about after this. And I'll hand it over to Jenny to read the proclamation. And thank you, Jenny, for taking time to come and read this for us.
Thank you. Thank you, board and Anis, chair, and everyone here. Whereas during Women's History Month, we recognize and celebrate the generations of women whose courage, leadership, and perseverance have shaped our communities, from suffragists and civil rights leaders to educators, innovators, artists, public service, and brave members of the armed forces. And whereas women throughout history have played a vital role in advancing education, mentorship, and advocacy, opening doors to opportunities and empowering future generations to pursue knowledge, leadership, and service across all fields and disciplines. And whereas, despite persistent barriers and systematic inequalities, women have continued to move society forward through resilience, collaboration, and commitment to justice, equality, and community well-being. And whereas the National Women's History Alliance theme for Women's History Month 2026 is Moving Forward Together, Women Educating and Inspiring Generations, which highlights the transformation power of women as educators, mentors, leaders, and role models who inspire progress through shared knowledge and collective actions. And whereas this month provides an opportunity to reflect on the enduring impact of women who uplift our communities through education, innovation, service, and leadership, while recommitting ourselves to advancing equality to opportunity for future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2026 as Women's History Month in recognition of the invaluable contributions of women of all experiences and identities, and the celebration of their role in educating, inspiring, and moving our communities forward together.
Thank you very much. Women do rock. There's no question about that. So I'm going to ask our board if we can take a motion, and I'm going to ask our token male on the board if he'll make that motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. It is unanimous. So, Krista, I'm sure we have more events.
We do have more events. March is very exciting. So I wanted to say thank you to Shirley Watkins, who helped put this program together for us. We have 4 speakers, live speakers, which is great for Women's History Month. On March 5th, we'll have former Deputy County Manager Sue Brown joining us. On March 17th, we'll have Cynthia Nemeth from Parks and Rec joining us. On March 19th, we have Ethel Branch from the County Attorney's Office. And on March 30th, we have Dorothy Denetsosi Gishi, who will be joining us. So again, if you're looking for any of these calendar invites, they're on our SharePoint page, or you can reach out to Human Resources. And I can't remember the saying, there's one part, so I'm just going to make something up, but I think it goes, strong women, may we be them, may we lead them, may we raise them, something in there, but I
Can
won't-
we be them? Yeah.
Can we be them? Yes. So really important month. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And to our speaker members of the board, any comments you'd like to make? Go ahead. Go ahead. Supervisor Vasquez.
I guess as the only male on the board right now, I guess I'll go ahead and start.
No, I take that back.
This is really exciting because, Coconino County proudly recognizes March 26th as Women's History Month, as the proclamation states. This month invites us to honor the women whose leadership, resilience, and vision have shaped our communities, our institutions, and our shared history. Across every department, women continue to strengthen our workforce, advance innovation, and model the values that define public service. Human Resources remains committed to ensuring that our policies, opportunities, and workplace culture reflect equity, respect, and meaningful support for women at all stages of their careers. As we celebrate Women's History Month, we affirm our responsibility to uplift women's voices, expand pathways to leadership, and to create a workplace where all employees can thrive. The progress we honor today is the foundation for the progress we must continue to build together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Ronmo, and thank you for reading your proclamation, Jenny. Thank you. Yeah, means a lot. And I'm going to take it from this perspective of a woman from home. And I don't know, the way a woman presents themselves at home. I mean, we're like jack of all trades. I mean, and we have kids. We raise the kids, and we are role models for our kids. And we try to, in my situation, I try to take back what my grandparents taught me, my grandmother. She was very stern, and I'm glad she was. The do's and don'ts and all of this that comes with a woman, and as far as, what is expected of them. And then now we have a lot of people that have gone over beyond after their children have grown up. They're they're educators, they're lawyers, they're all everything. So, and we even keep men straight too. So, but anyway, I just want to say, it means a lot, as a woman, and I see myself remembering, all the things that I had gone through, having livestock, ranching, and then having sheep, cattle, horses, all that stuff there, and then plus trying to get my bachelor's, my master's at one time, and back to back, and then plus raising my children and taking care of my parents, and then also teaching at as an adjunct faculty in a junior college. And, and then running every single day, and I'm thinking, wow, I look back and I think, wow, I mean, that's me. But I just want to say that, a lot of women do that, and they're very successful out there. So I just want to say, thank you for being strong, woman, women of the Navajo, they have a lot of mimics about that, and how a Navajo woman walks in front of her man, or all that stuff. So, but anyway, I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this, because it does mean a lot, and we are jack of all trades, and we're everywhere, and we can do things alone too. You say one thing just once and it's not done, then you do it yourself. So thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. And I so appreciate the comments of my fellow supervisors this morning. And Thank you, Jenny, for reading the proclamation. And we do, as women, we seem to have a physical attribute that has not been mentioned, and that is eyes in the back of our head. We see it all. We ask our kids. And just on a personal level, I was very blessed to have a dad who taught me. In fact, I have no memory of him not encouraging me to do this. But he said, you know, you are as good as any guy. Don't ever think of yourself as less than. Never use that as an excuse not to be your best. And I so appreciate his instruction to me. He's a blessing in my life. He's still alive. And I still remember those words, and I lived by them.
Supervisor Begay, do you have, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments? You are not on, oh, there you are.
I'm
Now I
right
see
here.
ya.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, women, I've had a mom that I wouldn't be here without her. But you know, the federal cuts again, I have to go back to that. Women take care of their families. These are in order to work, you have to have childcare. It's been severely cut. Families are really, the services that are directly to families are really in jeopardy right now. So we just need to continue to advocate and to really highlight the need for some of these federal funds and some of these federal programs that are really essential for families to stay together. So let's celebrate the month of women, just the leadership that women has held, and we need to vote more women into office so that we have that knowledge, local knowledge, personal knowledge about what it means to raise a family. So just want to thank everyone for bringing this proclamation, and as well as, you know, all those that are going to be celebrating, because we all have mothers that raised us, our grandparents, our grandmother, and we wouldn't be here without them. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And yes, you know, obviously there's a great book. It's called Women Hold Up Half the Sky. And there's no question, women hold up half the sky. It just seems that women got the heavier half the sky to hold up. And for, you know, and women, as has been pointed out by some of my colleagues, still are the ones that seem to be the ones set forth for discrimination and for not the full recognition of rights, especially reproductive freedom rights. So I think that's important. We've come a long way, baby. When I started law school, there was only 10% of the class that were lawyers. Now over 50% of the women are in law schools are female. So I think we're seeing that. I think we're seeing it on the board. Women have over the decades assumed greater and greater leadership roles and responsibilities. We've always had it in the families, and you've heard that a lot. But we're more and more are taking greater leadership roles. For that and for the opportunities we give our children, both the males and the females, equal opportunity for all is what we need to try to achieve. So, you know, we have a long way to go, but we've come a long way, and together we're going to get there. So we'll keep holding up our half of the sky. And with all of you and with our allies, hopefully it's going to be more of an equal distribution there. So thank you so much. And we have our county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I just want to say I can only aspire to be as strong, intellectual, and supportive of the women in this organization that I work with and the women in my life. And as the stepfather of two amazing young women, I can tell you they are taking the opportunities and running with them. The future is bright.
And you've heard how important it is to have fathers and those around them and male, you know, quite frankly, role models who support them. So thank you, County Manager. All right, we're moving on. This is great. Aren't these proclamations wonderful? So we're moving on a little bit here. We have the next one, and this is the third one, and then we'll take a break for photos. Consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 2026 as American Red Cross Month. County Manager, I'm turning it in for you to make the introduction of Henning Larson, right? Our
Thank you. Yes, Henning Larson is here with the Red Cross, and thank you so much for being here.
Well, good morning to the chair of the board. I want to thank you, city manager, or sorry, county manager and the county staff. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
I do want to point out, in light of it being Women's History Month, that our organization is one that was founded by a woman that's very inspirational to me, Clara Barton, known as the Angel of the Battlefield. So I would encourage anyone that doesn't know her story to do a Google search and learn a little bit about her. All right, a proclamation designating March 2026 as Red Cross Month. Whereas in March we celebrate American Red Cross Month by honoring our neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible in Coconino. And whereas every day in their acts of kindness change lives, bringing relief, comfort, and hope when help can't wait. And whereas this compassionate spirit runs deep in our community, just as it has for 145 years through the American Red Cross. And whereas today, those who serve with the American Red Cross of Northern Arizona light the way during emergencies, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort after disasters, providing a safe, life-saving blood supply for patients facing conditions like cancer treatments, childbirth complications, and traumatic injuries, assisting military members, veterans, and their families with 24/7 global support, or empowering individuals with skills like first aid and CPR that save lives. And whereas these collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another, and whereas as we mark Red Cross Month, let's celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up so no one faces an emergency alone. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims March 2026 as Red Cross Month. I encourage all citizens of Coconino County to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. I just would like to say, before there's consideration of the proclamation, these proclamations are more than ceremony for us. They are a reminder that every day I see ordinary people do extraordinary things, rolling up their sleeves to give blood, finding it in their heart to give a donation, and giving their time and effort to their neighbors when they're facing their darkest moments. It also serves as a reminder of our promise to this community to always be there in times of need. With that, I thank you for considering it and having me here this morning.
It's great to see you, and thank you for joining us this morning. I'll entertain a motion first. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we designate March 2026 as Red Cross Month.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you so much. And any events you want to tell us, and I didn't get to come to the new opening, so I still need to come by and take a look at your.
Well, I guess that would be the first thing I would say is the doors are always open. So you can go to redcross.org and see a slew of local events, whether it be trainings, blood drives, open houses, or if you just want to find out where the office is and come by and say hi. This is getting a little bit ahead, but I want to let the public know because it's going to be a big event. In May, we are going to be hosting a resiliency conference. We are going to invite all of our local partners, agencies, the county, the city, various folks together to work on some issues that we can tackle together and engage with the public, and that'll be coming up in May.
Thank you. And we certainly understand the importance of the Red Cross in our community. When we had our unfortunate catastrophic forest fires 2 years ago, and then the post-wildfire flooding that resulted, you guys were there hand in hand with the county and with the city and with others in our community to make sure to serve those in need. So as always, we so appreciate you all. Red Cross has been absolutely instrumental in this community in so many ways. And the education is very, very important. So really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I know I have other comments. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. And I completely concur with Chair Horseman's comments that she just made. Thank you for giving us the history. It is Women's History Month, so thank you for pointing that out. And thank you for the overall work that you do. And I just want to say that you pointed out that you guys, locally, you guys are the boots on the ground. You are the one that actually see these community members and sometimes moments of their darkest need. And the compassion and the care that you guys have for them is admirable. And I just want to thank you for the work that you do and for being nimble. You don't know, we talked about this before the board hearing, you don't know what may happen today. But I know that whatever it is, you guys are going to be prepared to rise to the occasion.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
All right. Well, as we proudly proclaim March 26 as American Red Cross Month, for more than a century, American Red Cross has stood at the front lines of compassion, providing life-saving blood donations, supporting families after disasters, training community members in CPR and emergency preparedness, and offering critical assistance to service members and veterans. Here in Coconino County, we see the impact of the Red Cross every day. Their volunteers respond in most moments of crisis, uplift our most vulnerable neighbors, and strengthen our community's resilience. Their partnership with local agencies and first responders ensures that when emergencies arise, help is already on the way. And we saw that during the pipeline tunnel fires and also the neighborhood flooding in the Sunnyside. As we recognize American Red Cross Month, we honor the volunteers, donors, and staff whose dedication makes this work possible. We encourage residents to learn more about preparedness, consider giving blood, or explore ways to support the Red Cross mission. This proclamation reaffirms our gratitude to their service and our commitment to building a safer, more resilient Coconino County together. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I want to just thank the Red Cross and all the staff in our region and really basically everywhere, because they do show up at the in rural communities, like the North Rim fire, and then the aftermath, really the smoke impact, and then even on tribal land. So I just want to thank you and your team for not wondering if you can provide the service out there. There aren't very many programs that do that. They'll say that they provide service out in the communities, but maybe they drove around out there and they use that as a credit. But Red Cross is always there, so I just want to thank you for looking beyond Flagstaff and beyond these easy to reach places to help people. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for reading the proclamation again. I just want to say thank you so much for the department that you're, the organization, for being there in time of critical needs and, really empowering people and just providing all the support for everyone out there that's needing it, and then also giving us the skills, people skills, as far as CPR, first aid, that means a lot, and just being there 24/7. And I think this is a 24/7 job here, so just want to say thank you so much, and please, relay that back to your staff. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think you've heard a lot of praise for the great work you're all doing, so really appreciate it. And for everybody else, time for photos, though. So let's meet just outside, and I'll bring the proclamations with me. Well, that was great and some wonderful proclamations this morning. So thank you all for being here and taking part. We're moving forward. We are moving forward. We are, as you know, the next item is the board consent agenda. Members of the public, what this is for items that are more ministerial or administrative in nature. They can be handled through one motion, no discussion, and one vote of the board. However, if we, the board, would like to take them apart so that we can have individual discussion, consideration, individual motion, and individual vote, now is the time for the board to do that. So I'm asking my colleagues if there are items on the agenda you would like removed from the agenda. I have a couple, which I'll start with, just because I've got my list here. 6, 7, 8, and 11. Any other items, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros, did you have anything else?
I was going to pull item number 6, but you've done that.
Okay, very good. Anybody else? We have withdrawn again 6, 7, 8, and 11. Nine, we will withdraw for individual discussion number 9. And you know what, I see that we have Cynthia Nesmith here, and so I'm going to withdraw 12, just informational, Cynthia, since you're here. So, all right, members of the board. We have a consent agenda before us, items 4 through 16, exclusive 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12. Did I get them all? All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye. It is unanimous. So the consent agenda passes. Let's go individually, and these again mostly are for, quite frankly, I believe some information. Number 6, consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement in the amount of $4,250 of community initiative funds, 1,000 from District 1, 750 from District 2, 2,000 from District 3, and 500 from District 4 to go to the Sedona Arts Center for their annual Sedona Entrepreneurial Artist Development Program, or called SEED. This is in Supervisor Ontiveros' district, so I'm going to turn item 6 over to her.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, I would like to invite Julie Richard to come up to the podium. Julie is the Chief Executive Officer for Sedona Arts Center. And if you would like to just briefly talk about what these community initiative funds are going to be used for, and if there's any events that you would like to bring to our attention.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I appreciate being here today. Like was said, I'm the CEO of Sedona Arts Center, and the funding is for the Sedona Entrepreneurial Artist Development Program that we call SEED. Can you hear me better?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm usually pretty good with microphones, but you never know. This is the second year of the program. The first year was funded by the USDA that through a grant, which was enabled us to pull the entire program together. We had 18 participants last year. This year, we've had 22 applicants, but is it okay if I just kind of read you the background of this? Because I think you'll find it really interesting. It's a workforce development program for artists.
Wow, perfect.
And that's why it's important. So an artist connected to the Sedona Art Center typically follows a path, redefining themselves to achieve the next level. That path includes taking our classes and workshops, exhibiting at our galleries and our special exhibitions, selling their work, and then finally showing year-round in our gallery. We work with artists to develop their craft and their small business, as well as to create opportunities to have an ongoing revenue source. Inherent in the work we do every day is supporting artist innovation and entrepreneurship, and increasingly artists are being embedded in corporations, government, university management, and hospitals to provide the type of creative thinking needed to take those organizations to the next level. Again, the artists we serve are entrepreneurs, running their own small businesses and providing the quality of life communities are looking for when developing their own local economies. Like I said, in 2024, we launched Seed, and it was open to artists age 18 and older. It offers a dynamic and multifaceted opportunity for artists, empowering them to view their creative practice through an entrepreneurial lens. It's a 2-day specialized curriculum that guides participants in developing a personalized strategic plan, helping them elevate their artistic endeavors. The goal of Seed is to equip artists with critical tools and strategies to enhance their business knowledge and sustain a professional career. The 2-day intensive training delves into the fundamental principles of building, maintaining, and growing a career in the arts, covering a range of topics from strategic and business planning, financial management and marketing, to crafting artist statements, developing work samples, and selling artwork online. Our sessions are led by a cadre of professional artists and professionals in the field, and we have 3 keynotes that we bring in that are longtime participants with the Art Center that have developed their own successful art businesses. Once the participating artists finish this 2-day intensive, they must submit a strategic plan that follows the pattern that we set forth in the training. And if they do this successfully, they're given a $500 grant then to implement their strategic plan and then create a successful business. And the fun thing, even though we've only done this 1 year, it's our 2nd year, which is happening soon, which I'll tell you about in a second. Those artists come back to us and keep us informed on what they're doing and the successes that they've achieved, and are pulling us in to partner with them on various and sundry things. So it's really an exciting program. Like I said, we had 22 applicants this year. We have accepted 18 into the program. The program will be March 13th, 14th, and 15th, so in a few weeks. So we're excitedly getting ready. I'd like to invite you, if you have the time, to come to the reception on March 13th from 4 to 5:30 p.m. at the Art Center. We invite last year's cohort of artists along with all of the artists that are participating this year. It gives them an opportunity to mix and mingle, and if you can come, we would love to have you. It would be a great opportunity for you to meet them and talk to them, and also talk to the artists who graduated from the program last year. Some of them, not all of them, will be there. We also have an opening this Friday. It's our Juried Friends show. The theme is The Face of Friendship, and that is from 4 to 6 p.m., and you are also invited to come to that. It would be great to have you come and see Sedona Art Center, especially if you haven't been there in a while. So thank you. Any questions about any of this?
Yes, thank you. What time is the Art Center Mingle on Wednesday?
The Friday? This
Friday
Friday?
the 13th.
It's on Friday the 13th. It's 4 to 5:30 p.m.
5:30. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it'd be great to have you.
Absolutely fabulous. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ontiveros. You want to make the motion? They'll have some comments.
Absolutely. I would like to make a motion that we approve a funding agreement in the amount of $4,250 of community initiative funds. And then as stated by chair, that we approve that.
Do we have a second? We have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is once again unanimous, and we are very pleased to be able to support you in your efforts. And being a creative person, I am not, but artists and creative people, just like anything, it doesn't mean you know about business. And it's so important because being an artist, you need to still make a living, no matter how creative and quite frankly, how good you are. So it's fabulous that you're giving this opportunity for the artists in your communities. So really appreciate your efforts on this.
Well, I thank you so much. This is so wonderful, and we really appreciate being able to partner with the county. So thank you.
Absolutely. Supervisor Ontiveros, any further comments?
I'll just say, Julie, thank you for driving up this morning and being here with us, giving us that overview and what this really is. I know that you and I sat in my office and you shared what this was about, something I had not known of, and really appreciate the work that you're doing because, as stated by Chair, you can be an artist, but if you want to make a living out of it, you got to have some business skills. So that is, I so support what you are doing, and it has been a pleasure working with you. And we'll see you hopefully at some of these events.
Thank you, and you as well.
Any other comments, members of the board, or we'll move on? Thank you again. Thank you for driving up. So we'll see you down in Sedona. Number 7. 7 is consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with Willow Bend Environmental Education Center, provide a total of $3,000 from community initiative funds, District 1, 1,000, District 2, 1,000, District 3, 500, and District 4, 500, in support of the Environmental Education Center Wind Turbine Program, and I see there's one out there, whose purpose is to provide 25 mini wind turbine kits to Coconino County High School students, grades 9 through 12, allowing them to assemble and experiment with advanced wind turbine nacelles, is how do you pronounce it? Nacelles, to learn about wind power and renewable energy. Funding will specifically support purchase of a wind kits and rental fees for the Coconino Center for the Arts, indoors and outdoor space. And that event, mark your calendars, is scheduled April 16th, 2026 in Flagstaff, Arizona. And I know that we have Melissa Ekstrom from Willow Bend, and it's great to have you with us here today. So come on up and tell us about what your projects are and what we can always expect a lot from Willow Bend. But what are you doing this time?
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors, and thank you for having me here today. It's amazing. I could play ukulele in front of 200 kindergartners, but put me in this setting. Whew. So my name is Melissa Ekstrom, and I am the Executive Director of Willow Bend Environmental Education Center, which sits in a county park, so I hope you're all familiar with it. We are Coconino County's only year-round environmental education center. Actually, I hope one day I could say there's more, right? But right now, we're the only year-round one. So across our county right now, we are working with high school students, and they are building their wind turbines, testing them in our big wind tunnel, and they're discovering that they can be engineers. And that's what we're here today to talk about. Willow Bend, we're a small but dedicated team. We're only 3 staff members. So as you can imagine, we do kind of get stuck in Flagstaff a little bit, but one of our huge goals is to get more and more out into the county. And we are going up to Page in 2 weeks to do this programming. We've done it in Williams. They can't participate this year, but we plan to go back out there next year. But this community grant request supports this hands-on renewable energy programming. It's for 9th to 12th graders. And how it kind of works is we go into the classrooms. We may be there 3 to 5 days, depending on, they have all different classroom periods and needs in their schools. But we'll go in and build the wind turbines with them. We're testing in the wind tunnel. We're talking about climate literacy. We're talking about engineering process, all of those things. And the top 2 teams from those schools are invited to our challenge that you mentioned is on April 16th at Coconino Center for the Arts. So I invite all of you to come check out this program in action. This year we are working with Ponderosa High, its sister school in Page, Northland Prep Academy, Flagstaff High School, Coconino High School, and I am forgetting one. Oh, not in this county, but we are working with Holbrook High School. So we like to invite everybody, and not with this funding, just disclosure. So, yeah, really, it's just taking these turbine kits into the classroom, working with the teachers. Our goal is to make things as easy as teachers as possible. They have enough on their plate, so we facilitate the lessons, we lead the program, we hold their hand if they need it. We also work with engineering teachers who may not need their hand held with this, but we do provide these kits. You could see this is what a kit looks like, so that's what's on the funding request. So they're looking at gear ratios, they're looking at blade design, they're thinking about all these factors in their engineering process. So all that. Yeah. Yeah, for this one, it does have a generator. So that's one of the things we go over, windmill versus wind turbine. These are wind turbines, so they are producing energy. And it's being an engineering challenge, it's really seeing which of their designs can produce the most energy in joules, measured in joules. So we put it in the wind tunnel and we have our own software where they are kind of testing it, seeing the output, going back to the drawing board. And from there, that's where the best designs will be invited to our regional challenge. And the best 2 teams from that challenge are actually invited to the national event, which we don't run, but they are invited, and that's going to be in Wisconsin this year. It moves around. So yeah, that's our funding request, these kits, so we can work with more students, as well as that rental fee for a Coconino Center for the Arts. I've been working on this program for many years, and I see the impact it has firsthand. We have teachers tell us, students who don't usually like to participate in stuff, they get brought out in kind of this activity and get really into it. And yeah, it's just super fun. Happy to answer any questions about it. The STEM skills, engineering, renewable energy, career pathways, all that ties into this wind turbine activity. So yes, thank you so much for letting me speak, and I'd like to open it up for questions.
Thanks, Melissa. I don't know if you know this, but we have one of the largest wind energy production centers in the state, and one of the top in the country here in Coconino County at Babbitt Ranches. And you should get a hold of Billy Cordasco, have him come on in and talk to the kids about this. So it's pretty impressive out there.
I'd love to bring students out to see it.
Yeah,
So
I think that'd be great. So other comments, members of the board? Yeah, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first, you did an excellent job in your presentation. I just want to tell you that. And second, I knew when you walked through the door with your wind turbine, I knew which item on the consent agenda you were here for. So thank you, though, for that explanation, the work that you do. And this is pretty exciting. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for encouraging our young people to look at alternatives and work at different designs. That's a pretty cool project, and exciting that it gets to be spread among multiple schools in Coconino County and have that opportunity to participate. So thank you for bringing that to us. And it's these are the kinds of projects that we enjoy doing CIs for, because we get to see kids interact with different projects like this. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. I hope we can bring it all the way up to Fredonia.
That'd be fabulous.
We are all Coconino County, so.
There's wind all over this county. Any other comments? Or Supervisor Begay?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It's really a big difference with the time. We never knew what a light bulb was way back when we were small. And we used candles made from sheep fat with strings in the middle, and then just rounding it up so we can have candles, and we studied with that. At night we all laying towards that one candle, and that's how we studied. So, but now, we have the wind farm, they're doing electricity. Times have changed, and, and it's probably going to be changing more and more, So I just want to say thank you for having your department stepping forward, and going with, pursuing and making sure that, we're up there with everybody else, as far as, what could be for our kids and others. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Or I would take a motion, and this is in your district, district number 2. So would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would. I would like to propose a motion to approve the funding agreement with Willow Bend Environmental Education Center to approve a total of $3,000 from community initiative funds. I don't have to do the rest of it. Okay. Yeah.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
here.
I'm
Really?
off to teach, so sorry to sneak out, but thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, and go get those kids, okay? Thank you. All right, next, we have number 8 that we withdrew, and this is consideration and possible action to approve John Soto to the Coconino County Workforce Development Board for a term of 2 years expiring March 2nd, 2028. James, I see you're here.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll just give you a quick overview. Mr. Soto had hoped to be here today. Unfortunately, he had a previous commitment that he had to honor. So in short, Mr. Soto is recommended for appointment by the Department of the AZDES, Employment Services Agency. They are required to make an appointment. It's a required member to be on our board. And so Mr. Soto is replacing another outgoing member, John Deemer. So we're going from one John to another John. Hopefully it'll be a pretty seamless transition. But we're looking forward to having his experience and years of service. I'll note he's served on multiple other local workforce development boards around the state. And so we're thankful to have him joining us and look forward to his experience that he'll bring to our board. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I really appreciate you being here, and we do have our representative on the board, on our board to that board, and that is Supervisor Vasquez. So would you like to make this motion, Supervisor Vasquez?
Sure. I'd like to make the motion to approve the appointment of John Soto to the Coconino County Workforce Development Board for a term of 2 years expiring on March 2nd, 2028.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So thank you, James, for bringing that to us. Number 9, I think we might have talked about this before, but I'm always happy to talk about this. This is in Sedona. This is consideration of possible action to approve the independent contractor agreement between Genesis, Inc. and Coconino County for the installation of a mass notification acoustic siren system in the city of Sedona in an amount not to exceed $268,047.18 from the Emergency Operations Center Grant Program Fiscal Year 2023 Grant Award. And I see we have Deputy County Manager Eric Peterson stepping up to the
Thank you, Madam.
microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I know County Emergency Manager Tim Carter was able to make it via Zoom. I think this is a redo of our contract that we had. There were a couple errors just back and forth with the attorneys who were identified.
Before
So the contract is the same with just a couple errors corrected. I'll let Mr. Carter address any of the issues directly if the supervisors have questions.
I don't know if any of us have any questions. If it's been legal approved and they're happy with the wording, we're happy with the wording. Anything you have, Supervisor Begay? Uh-oh.
I just, I thought, I was thinking, is this another one that we're looking at? I guess it's the same one, but there were corrections made to that particular item on the agenda. So that's all. Thank you.
And I, Supervisor Ontiveros, I know this is in your district. Any comments, or would you like to make the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any comments, and as said, if legal's happy with it, we're happy with it. So I would like to make a motion that we approve the independent contractor agreement.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of item number 9 as more fully set forth in the agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Great. Thank you for the corrections, and let's move forward. This is a great program and great opportunity for the city of Sedona. We're moving on. Number 11. This is the consideration of possible action to reappoint Gail Benton, a longtime public servant, to the Employee Appeals Board for a 4-year term ending on March 3rd, 2030. And I do see Gail is with us. Good morning, Gail. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning.
And we have Krista with us, so are you going to make the introduction on this?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm happy to have Gail here. Is this your 3rd term, 2nd reappointment? Okay, so Gail has been serving on the Employee Appeals Board since 2017-ish. And so this is a board that really happens in in the background, kind of in the shadows. We only have to initiate it during an employee appeals process. But did want to just say thank you to Gail for wanting to recommit to the process. And often we don't see each other too much because of how this board works. But thank you again for being here and wanting to participate. Your professionalism and what you bring to the board is it means so much. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm glad to be here. I just want to thank you for considering my appointment for another term for the Employee Appeals Board. It really truly is an honor and a privilege to serve Coconino County. Thank you.
We really appreciate your service. And you know, it is behind the scenes, but as the long time ago, as the outside counsel for this board, I know the importance of it. I know how hard it is. I know how, when you come, and these cases come before you, the time that it takes and the commitment that it takes. So I want to thank you for your willingness to step up again and again and again to do this, and really appreciate your service to all of us here in Coconino County. So thank you. Any other comments, members of the board? Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Thank you for accepting and doing all the work that you've been doing for the past 2 terms. And it's very important that, you know, everyone upholds fairness, integrity, and transparency within an organization. And that, you know, I think, you know, that's what, especially like in appeals processes, you know, and we just want to make sure that everybody are all treated with respect and also being equal. So thank you so much for your work for all these years that you've done. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you for your public service. You've already served 2 terms. That means 8 years, and doing another 4. And just to remind the public that these appointments are free appointments. It's your volunteer time, and so we really appreciate your public service and dedicating the time to our communities. So thank you.
All right, I would entertain a motion for the approval to reappoint Gail Benton to the Employee Appeals Board for a 4-year term ending on March 3rd, 2030.
So move.
Supervisor Gay made a motion.
Second.
We have Supervisor Ontiveros made a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you again for serving, and thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Members of the board, we're moving on. We have consideration and possible action to approve a budget amendment to increase the budget in the Public-Private Partnership Fund by $640,000 and decrease the budget in the Parks Capital Fund by the same amount. Who knew? So I think there's a reason for that. And just Parks and Rec director is with us, and so I'm going to have her just explain a little bit what we're doing. I know this is a repeat of her presentation from the past board meeting, but it's important, and I know our community is going to want to hear it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Recreation Director for Coconino County. This agenda item is basically a transactional business item where it is assigning the budget authority for these projects out of the Public Partnership Fund instead of the Parks Capital Fund. As you'll learn later today, how we prioritize the expenditures from these particular funds, you'll hear that the Public-Private Partnership Fund aligns more with improvements, infrastructural improvements to generally Fort Tot Hill, but we've also used that fund for high dollar maintenance items as well. Now, the Parks Capital Fund, we like to retain those funds from our management perspective and our philosophy for those funds, how those funds were generated, use those for land acquisitions, park development, and those kinds of things. So it's basically aligning the funding authority, the budget, to align with the fund and how we manage those funds.
Thank you. And I know we're going to hear more about this, and this money is being used for?
Well, these particular dollars are going to be utilized for a new bathroom structure coming on board this fall at Fort Tot Hill County Park. It'll also address some HVAC needs, replacements. So there's one of those high dollar maintenance items that all in all, help alleviate the burden to the general fund. That's the intent there. And then also some asphalt work. That is also a high dollar maintenance need that we have.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Of course, happy to be here.
And Supervisor Ontiveros, I know this happens to be in your district. So unless there are comments from other board members, Supervisor Begay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. I always do a lot of work for our communities here with the areas of parks. And I just want to say thank you for helping other like you come to Comay Mesa and you've done work with them through the joint sales tax that has been developed by the Navajo Nation. Cindy here has been helping Comay Mesa develop possibility of bike trails and also walking trails. And so they've been in full force. They've been, moving on with this project, and I think it's very helpful to our communities. And we, under District 4, I've been telling all the chapters, and they're very interested. So I think a template of some type would be really great. But I think I just want to say thank you so much for that. And then also, I do support, these funds that you're talking about and the way you want to be using it. And I think, we need to upgrade. There's a lot of stuff over there at the park that we keep looking at and talking about, but, we need to move forward with other with these things. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay, and it's our pleasure to assist or facilitate the recreational needs across the county. We do consider ourselves a county Parks and Recreation Department. It's not always easy, but if you guide us in the right direction where we can help some of our rural communities, we're delighted to provide the assistance that we can.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for that commitment for being countywide. I very much appreciate that. And thank you for being here this morning. And with that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the budget amendment as stated previously.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So thank you again. We'll see you this afternoon, won't we?
See you later.
All right, we're moving ahead. We have a flood control district item, so we, the board, need to resolve as a flood control district board of directors.
So-
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of being the flood control district signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. We're now the flood control district. We have one consent agenda item. Members of the board, I'm going to ask to remove this from the consent agenda so that we can have some discussion on this item. And I know we have our director of the flood control district with us. This is consideration and possible action to approve Amendment 6 to the Government Tank Construction Manager at Risk, CMAR agreement between Coconino County Flood Control District and Tiffany Construction Company, which amends the agreement to provide the ability for other jurisdictions to utilize the district's agreement to procure similar services of Tiffany Construction Company in order to support their own post-wildfire flood mitigation efforts. And this is pretty cool, and it's an opportunity for us as the county to use some of our knowledge and expertise to help others and those other jurisdictions that are in need of similar services. So I know our flood control district director is going to explain exactly what this means and what we're doing. So please take it away, Lucinda.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Just wanted to share, appreciate your consideration of this. Myself and the district's attorney have been working with the Gila County as well, primarily with the city of Globe and town of Miami. As you probably saw in the media reports last summer, they had really severe monsoon affect their two fire burn scars, Telegraph and Mescal, and they lost 4 people in that flooding. So very devastating impacts to their communities. They've lost businesses, homes, very, very impactful set of events. And they're, looking at what can they do to try to mitigate those impacts. So this is a support, frankly, a fairly minor step that we can take to support them with being able to begin a number of their mitigation and recovery efforts. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank
Happy
you.
to answer any questions.
Any questions, members of the board? All right. With that, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I know our county, Lucinda and her team are the experts in this area. And I'm really happy to learn that they're going to be using their expertise to help other communities. And I just think that is such um, great, a great thing to do, to be able to help others with your knowledge, and just having gone through all the events that we've gone through throughout our county. I think it's really important that I mean, it's really good that we are sharing that knowledge with other communities and helping them out. So thank you, Lucinda, to you and your team.
Thank you. We have a great team, and we've learned a lot of lessons, some really hard lessons over the years, and it is important to share those with others. So thank you for acknowledging that.
And Tiffany's been here with us from the very
Through
beginning,
thick and
right?
thin, absolutely.
That's great. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to second. All those in favor of approving item number 17 of the Flood Control District agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you again. Thank you, Director. We appreciate the information.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do you have a motion?
So move.
Have a motion.
Second.
A motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. They're quick this morning. Members of the board, we must, I'm not going to respond. Members of the board, we must now resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of becoming Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It is unanimous. We're now the Health District Board of Directors. And members of the board, we have one item before us. It's Public Health District Consent Agenda Item on number 18. Consideration and possible action to approve a budget increase in the amount of $13,685 for fiscal year 2026 to spend down a portion of the remaining fund balance for vital records. It is a consent agenda item. You want to take this as a consent item, or do you want to remove it for discussion? Members of the board, what's your pleasure?
I would like to move forward with it being consent, and I'm happy to make a motion to do so.
We have a motion to accept the consent agenda. Do I have a second? I have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. We are now needing to go back as the Board of Supervisors.
So move.
Nope, sorry, Chair.
What?
We're going to pause there because yeah.
Okay, we're going to do that as the
Just
Health District Board. Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, members of the board. We have another item as the Health District Board of Directors. I should say directors. We have another item under the Health District. It is item number 19. It's an executive session for legal advice from counsel and discussion of litigation under ARS 36-711, tuberculosis control actions, and pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, pursuant to Arizona 38-43103A3 and 4. Members of the board, we have legal advice to enter into executive session. Do I have a motion?
So move.
There's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session pursuant to the statutory authorities I've already listed. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Members of the board, we will go to the second floor directors. We'll go to the second floor conference room as the Health District Board of Directors. Members of the public, we will be in executive session. We will return to our board chambers for public session. I'm going to say probably, 30, 40 minutes? About 30 or 40 minutes. So with that, we are closing the public session just for now. We will be in executive session.
Lindsay, do we have a session or are we on a break now?
Hit that little gavel. Got it. They listen to you more than me. So. All right, all right, all right. We're back. And we are back as the Health District Board of Directors. Hope everybody had a good lunch, and we have a very important and interesting afternoon as our board meeting continues. But the first thing we need to do is we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Board of Supervisors. Members of the board, as you know, we came back from executive session. We then went into our lunch. We are now on items 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm going to turn to the county manager. County manager, is there anything that you feel we need to do here under these discussion items, or may we proceed to item 24?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I recommend we proceed to item number 24. We have our stellar department directors here to give the appropriate presentation. So with that, I'll turn it to Eric Peterson to introduce the item. If you don't.
Thank you very much. We're on, members of the public, we are on our agenda item 24, presentation discussion regarding Parks and Rec Department special funds, priority uses, proposed projects, and balances of special funds used for capital repairs and replacement projects. And with that, our Deputy County Manager, Eric Peterson, is going to lead this forward. So thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members and the county manager, our team here in the county. Items 24 and 26, with a little interruption for item 25 for a conversation about Buggy Wheel Road. But items 24 and 26 are really important pre-budget conversations to level set some tables for all of us about how we understand our capital projects across some large parts of our organization, which I have the privilege of being able to work with, and to give you a baseline, to give the county management a baseline understanding, and sort of reintroduce us every year to this. What are our funds, these different places that we have revenues that come into or have money at, how we utilize them, what are their allowable purposes, and what are the plans for the service to the communities that we do serve out of those funds, and how are we going to utilize them. So I wanted to preface that conversation. Both Parks and Recreation and Public Works obviously has some different funds than just the general fund. Great opportunities there for infrastructure development and work that we do in the county, and really to give us all a level setting as we head towards the budget process for fiscal year 27 about what those funds will be utilized for and the longer term plans that the departments have, sort of showing off those projects out into the future. So I'll turn it to the departments, but for both items there on Parks and Recreation and Public. With that, Director Nemeth with Parks and Recreation, and then of course, like I said, Buggy Wheel Road, sort of intersecting there, but Public Works will come on a little bit later today.
Very good. Thanks, Cynthia. We appreciate you coming back. Good to see you again.
Likewise, and thank you, Eric, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to acknowledge that I have two of my colleagues here with me this afternoon, Assistant Director Liz Krug and Construction Operations Manager Rob Morrison.
Thank you for joining us as well. Good to see you both.
All right. Let me see if I can get this on there we are, presentation mode. All right. So I'd like to start with just how we're going to lay out today's conversation. And I'll begin by giving you a brief history on how capital has been invested in recreation for Coconino County. Then I'll touch on the current funding sources that this particular department has access to, and our philosophy, and understand that this is our internal philosophy of how we deploy those funds. I'll touch on our 5-year capital plan so that you know what's on the immediate horizon and what do those fund balances look like and where we're going and what those fund balances will look like if everything works out as planned in 5 years. We'll touch on the 5-year outlook, not so much the long spreadsheet that is in your packet. I'm happy to address any questions that you might have. I'm not going to get into the details of it, but if you have any questions, would love to answer those. But we'll talk about just generally an outlook for what we foresee in the next 10 years. And then we'll engage in discussion and answer any questions that you might have. So we've broken down our capital investments into like 3 eras, if you will. And we'll begin with what we term the early years. And this is from the inception until 2020, a long time, but a lot happened and then a lot didn't happen. So the property of Fort Todd Hill County Park was transferred to the county in about 1955 after having been home to the Arizona National Guard as their training grounds from about 30 to 1955. So they occupied the space that we now know as Fort Todd Hill County Park. And in the early decade, or the first decade, the investments that were made by the county focused primarily on the county fair and live horse racing. Some improvements were made at trying to transform the fort into a park. Some of those early park-like amenities included equestrian arenas, the stables began to come on board, a campground, and some really early remnants of trails. And there was actually even a ball field out at Fort Todd Hill County Park. The following decades brought in additional investments into recreation for Coconino County, bringing on board Raymond County Park in '72. Cataract Lake County Park came about. We cannot land on the day, but somewhere we've heard the '70s, we've also heard the '80s. So thereabouts, Cataract Lake County Park came on board, followed by Peaks View County Park. Cataract Lake County Park is in Williams, Arizona. Yeah. Raymond is in Kachina, and Peaks View is in Doney Park. Next came what we call the CPOS era, CPOS standing for County Parks and Open Space. This was a time when the county was collecting up to, it's a sales tax initiative supported by 67% of the electorate, by the way, which I think is a very good number. The taxing authority allowed to collect up to $33 million for the purposes of park development, improvements, acquisitions, things of that nature. And some of the accomplishments that we're so proud we all should be very proud to say that were accomplished with those dollars. And by no means is this the full slate. All those dollars are expended, by the way. But some of the highlights are improvements to now, which would have been a few decades old, Cataract Lake and Peaks View and Raymond County Park. So what you see today, the improvements that you see in these parks today, are a result of the county parks and open space tax. Louise Yellowman County Park came on board because of these dollars. We developed the Fredonia Kanab Creek Trail. The improvements on the historic quad all were a result of those dollars, as was the development of the amphitheater. We were able to do some very cool stuff on the Navajo Nation at the Little Colorado Overlook and in Loop at the Marble Falls, as well as doing some, not so obvious work that the public doesn't really get to see, which are like infrastructure. We were able to partially, not completely, tie in Fort Todd Hill to water. So those are some of the highlights. Then we move into the time of 2011 to current, which we're going to call the PPP era, or the public-private partnership era. While a lot was accomplished during the years of CPOS, it was still not enough to address decades of deferred maintenance, for example, at Fort Tuthill. That is the oldest park, right? And needed improvements there and additional infrastructure to fully, and I can say that even yet today, we are not completely hooked up to sewer. But with fingers crossed that with this project that we have on board, we'll get there. In 2011 and 2012, respectively, Flagstaff Extreme and the North Pole Experience came on board as the county's very first public-private partners. Following those two partnerships, we engaged with a private entity to operate the campground. The Parks and Recreation Department previously operated the campground. We had some private entities approach us offering their services to operate it, and at the time, it was determined that that would be a really great idea because they were able to market it better than we could, they could operate it better than we could, and so we entered into a public-private partnership at the time with Vista, or Resource Recreation Management, that then became Vista, and now we have a new operator, Explore Us. The county at the time was also trying to manage snow play in our region. And so we went out for RFP to seek a private-public partner to see if there was any interest in what snow play might look like from a commercial perspective at Fort Tuthill. And that's how we engaged in partnership with Flagstaff Snow Park. So that's the history of some of those partners. All of those contracts, from the early ones in 2011, 2012, through Flagstaff Snow Park, were developed and written and approved with the Parks Department, giving the Parks Department the authority to retain those revenues for the purposes of Parks and Recreation. These funds, without a doubt, have been the most important source of capital funding for the department to date, and they've alleviated a significant amount of burden from the general fund because not only have they supported capital projects, they've also supported some higher end maintenance endeavors. So now I'm going to dive into each of the funds specifically to give you a little bit of a background of their average annual earning and any sort of overview type of information that that I feel is going to be helpful to you. So we'll begin with the private-public partnership fund balance or special fund. This particular fund earns on average about $500,000 a year. That's with the current slate of partners that we have. In addition, $54,000 are earned that are restricted. Okay, so the campground contract in that contractual language restricts that 2% of, no, I'm sorry, take that back. 50% of the revenues earned from that public-private partner, those revenues will go into a campground repair fund. Okay, so it has a very specific purpose. Another restricted aspect of one of the contracts is with the Flagstaff Snow Park, and we call that the Green Fund, and that's 2% of the revenue share coming to the county is put into this Green Fund. And the reason why that was created was because the Flagstaff Snow Park utilizes water, they fabricate snow, and the board of supervisors at the time very astutely said that, some of this revenue needs to go back to sustainable practices and projects. And so those funds are reserved for things that that bring health to our environment and are sustainable in nature. So these funds, this public-private partnership fund balance, we do expect it to drop significantly, the annual revenue, when and if the North Pole Experience finds a new home. They have been saying that they are actively looking for a new location. So we're projecting towards the end of their contract that those revenues will drop. Please.
Madam Chair, and to the board members, I want to be very clear because there's a key point. Funds often for the county, I'm going to look back at public works behind me. If we talk about the HERF fund, it's very well understood because of statutory limitations on the revenue, correct? The name of this fund comes to us, because it is a revenue that we are creating through our contracts and those agreements. The board has never acted other than on the contract.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, are you not hearing him? Is that what's going
I'm not
on?
hearing Eric.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
sorry,
you.
A little
Eric.
tighter. Yep.
Eric will start at the beginning again. I think he just forgot to turn it on.
Thank you,
So,
Eric.
Sorry, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Supervisor.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Fowler, and thank you, members. So if we look at the HERF fund, it's very well understood the definition of what can be allowable purpose to use, both the revenues that go in and what are the uses of that fund. It's very important in the finance world that policy is understood. The PPF fund here is really governed by the contracts that the board has signed, right? What is going in, but it has the board's freedom to decide what it's used on outside of that. And there may be a conversation here to help just bring everything into alignment here as we look ahead at budget. Do we implement the policy, naming the fund and what are its uses and such along the way? Not even the uses, but also the revenues, right? So that future contracts, is it the contract that controls the fund, or is it the policy of the board that controls the fund? And that's one of the points of the conversation today. It's where's the controlling policy of the fund use? The fund is really through the contract. The revenue is determined what's going in, but the use of the fund on the other end is not determined. That isn't a discretionary action of the board at this point, because we assume it to be meant for parks, since it is in the parks world, and that is your philosophy.
And it states, I mean, it doesn't say very specifically like for park infrastructure. It just says very broadly parks and recreation, park services and programs. So it's very vague.
So I bring that up to say when we create funds internally and we're creating the revenue, we don't have the joy of state statutes that say this is their allowable uses or allowable revenue sources. We have to provide that policy in some ways. And in a lot of ways, the contract is filling that policy gap now, rather than a policy itself about the fund, creating the fund and utilizing.
But still providing flexibility, and much more flexibility than, say, a HERF fund.
One thing, and just for now, since we know the North Pole Experience may in fact be looking for a new home, I'm assuming we're looking for other public-private partnership opportunities.
Yes, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, I have an RFP in my inbox that I need to finalize for purchasing to send out for, it's a drive-through lighting, holiday lighting experience. We've had two partners approach us expressing interest in this type of attraction.
Perfect. Thank you. We don't want to have to be beholden just on one, as you know, because then they kind of have us over a barrel. So, and that's great. Thank you. Supervisor Ontiveros.
How much longer is the North Pole Experience contract for?
If I'm not mistaken, I think they have 4 more years.
Okay.
So
And
last year, well, I take that back. It's either 3 or 4. I can get back to you with the actual number.
okay.
It's between 3 and 4.
Okay, because this is going to, when we lose them, it's going to reduce that income by more than half.
It is.
Yeah. So are the other ones that are showing interest, are they going to be able to fill this dollar amount?
I'm gonna be a little, I doubtful of that. Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on what their pricing structure is. There's a lot that goes into it.
Right.
If a partner charges a high dollar, I mean, MPX, their, entry fees, if you will, their tickets are pretty expensive. So, if it's a percentage of that, it's exponential. But they also sell a lot of merchandise, and that goes into the revenue that the county receives. So it depends also how many sales points they have, a partner may have.
Oh, okay. And so the other public-private one is the Pepsi Amphitheater.
That is, we engage with them as a partnership. They are a private public partner
Mhm.
by the nature of the fact that they are operating a county asset. But we consider them slightly different, that their funding goes into the general fund, but it's a county asset.
Mhm.
We actively sought them out because we needed someone
Yeah.
to operate that venue. Our department, the county, doesn't have really the talent to operate a venue like that currently. And also think about the risk that it takes to purchase an act. Every single one of those acts that come in, you have to sign a pretty significant contract. You've got to take the risk that you're going to sell enough tickets to be able to pay for the act and pay for the production. So it's in the county's best interest to enter into an agreement with a third party to operate our venue.
And quite frankly, those third parties that we enter into, they got the connections, they got the experience, they have the contacts, they already have the insurance all set up. You know,
They have the experience that we do not.
We are a county government, and as much as it would be kind of fun to have that experience, be a roadie for someone, it would probably not be in our best interest to do that.
I think to be very clear, though, the PPP fund, not gaining the revenue from the amphitheater. While they're a partner,
Exactly.
the board has very specifically pulled that revenue back to the general.
Yes.
But, and quite frankly, that is something I think we should discuss, and you and I have discussed that, Supervisor, so.
Yeah, okay, that is a good segue, because it's my understanding, well, a good segue to maybe an additional conversation one day on that. Because it's my understanding that the funds did used to go there, or have they always come into the general fund, or were they ever given right back to?
They've always gone into the general fund.
Okay.
However, we've made request. So in 2023, I believe it was, the revenue generated that year from the amphitheater was retained by the department to reinvest into the
Okay.
venue.
Okay.
So we reinvested $157,000 on a variety, mostly repair and replacement needs.
Yeah, okay, and that was just a one-time thing until and unless we do something different. Okay.
Correct. And then the board, through the budget process last year, this fiscal year, approved a significant $500,000 investment
Right.
in the amphitheater with the goal of expansion.
And that was why, because it was a one-time deal, and we thought that we should put more back into the amphitheater. So, you know, the more we can put in it for a revenue-producing asset, like the amphitheater, hopefully the more we get out of it.
Correct.
So, okay.
Yeah, that's something that I've always said is that particular use has the ability to be generated. It's like the money put in is an investment. Because the better it is, the better everything else is going to be that's going to generate more funds and more money and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Well, the amphitheater right now is our second highest earning public-private partner.
I believe that, yeah.
All right, I'll move on if there aren't any other questions related to the public-private partnership fund. Okay.
No, but
Well-
I do see this is an area that we can expand greatly.
Yeah.
And I know we've talked about that with regards to the RV park and the campground. And, you know, I think these are areas that we can really look to expand.
Correct. So focusing now on the Parks Capital Fund, this one has a small average annual earning of about, just south of $1,000, and we earn that from grazing leases. This fund was established way before my time, and at least two of my predecessors' time. And my understanding is that dollars were placed into a fund, this particular fund, for future water and sewer enhancements. And now we've expended out of this fund for the sewer expansion and some water infrastructure. But now the fund holds all the revenue that we have received from conservation easements. So it was an infrastructure fund for water sewer. Those dollars were expended. In the meantime, revenue was coming in from the sale of conservation easements. That we sold the development rights. We sold the right to develop the Frontieri property. We sold the right to develop 220 acres at Fort Hill County Park. And we sold the rights to develop the Miller property. So all those dollars went into this Parks Capital Fund, okay? We also received dollars from the United States Forest Service for the community forest, the first community forest in the Southwest. Part of that was a partial reimbursement of what it cost to pay for the Miller property. And so, or to acquire the Miller property. And there they gave us $280,000, which went into that fund. So you can see where this is going, right? So this fund now holds dollars that were land-based, if you will, natural resource-based. Now, those were one-time dollars. We don't project seeing dollars like this coming our way in the future. So we view this fund as once the funds are expended, the fund is deactivated, okay? It's a finite fund. Now, moving on to the county fair, this special fund brings in an annual net revenue of approximately $230,000 a year. We do have an internal policy to always maintain a very minimum of $100,000 as contingency in case we have a fair where, you know, who knows what, we just don't, we don't earn as much as we spend. And so this is a contingency to cover expenses in case of a down year. And this is again, our internal philosophy, our department's philosophy to maintain that contingency in this account. Next, we have the Navy's Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program. Through that program, they have a natural resource management grant or an endowment, okay? And we were successful in receiving $500,000 to sit in an account and earn interest, because it's an endowment, more of an endowment than it is a grant. And we've been earning just a little bit shy of $10,000 in interest so far through this account. These funds are restricted to the 80 acres, which we term as the Miller property. This is a land that was purchased by the ranching family, the Millers, that was then put into conservation. That's how we got, you know, the conservation dollars from it, with the partnership of not only the family, but the Trust for Public Lands. So those funds are restricted. We also make use of the general fund, right? But we do try to limit requests of the general fund to only support those programs that support the general fund, such as the revenue we earn from special events, the special events program, the revenue that we earn from our recreation program offerings, the amphitheaters we just mentioned. So those we do utilize the general fund for those specific purposes. And we also utilize grants. And we did a calculation that from 97 to 2006, the department has received, and you'll see 10 million there, but take out your red pens because the true number is 16 million, 1-6. So I got more information from Assistant Director Krug to let me know that I needed to add 6 million to that number. So now this is just a visual of a 3-year average earnings of revenue from these funds. So you can see the impact of the public-private partnership funds. You can see the impact of the general fund and the county fair especially. All right, I'm going to shift gears here a little bit, and I'm going to talk about, again, our philosophy, how we manage the funds, how we bring recommendations through the budget process for expenditures to you. So beginning again with the public-private partnership fund, we focus on utilizing these dollars for the purpose of improvements, improvements to infrastructure or building out infrastructure, purchasing high-dollar pieces of equipment, some maintenance projects, and planning projects. You know, construction, you know, when you construct, you have to plan before. And mostly, we deploy these funds at Fort Tot Hill because that is where the funds are generated, okay? And honestly, that is where we also have the highest visitation, and we also have the highest deferred maintenance needs, okay? So here's a list of some of the accomplishments. I mean, I won't go through them all, but it gives you a flavor of the different types of things, anything from master planning to underground infrastructure, above ground infrastructure such as parking lots, restrooms, and park safety stuff. We're expending some of these dollars as we speak. The County Fair Fund. Internally, we focus on expending these dollars to help with the increases in costs, for example, of operating the fair. When wages go up, we pay them out of the fair because the fair has its own operations budget, okay? So what we have an operations budget and we have a revenue budget, and our hope is always that our revenues offset the expenses, okay? And we've been able to create a bit of a fund balance. It's taken a while, but we've been able to create a fund balance that now we can make some larger capital purchases. We can also utilize these funds, and that's how we've always envisioned it. We use them to improve, not only to build up our operations budget for the fair, but also to cause improvements, not only to the fair, the event itself, but to the fairgrounds, the place that supports the county fair. I think we can all agree that that's an important tradition for our county. It's basically its own constitution, right? I mean, it's its own thing. And here are some of the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve with these funds. I mean, we've, bought things that we needed for the county fair, ticket booths, which, by the way, the ticket booths, we also rent those to other events. If they need a ticket booth for, say, I don't know, name the dog show or something, they need a ticket booth, they rent them from us. So we've been able to recuperate some of the cost of that expense. Livestock panels. When the commercial building needed a new roof, we tapped into the county fair special fund. So you can see also architectural designs for a restroom. And then also we're deploying $700,000+ right now from these funds for improvements to all the buildings in the quad, all of the barns, if you will, as we call them during the fair. They're getting new electric, they're getting new roofs, new windows, and new doors. So that's a use of the fair fund. The park, yes, please.
On the fair fund, we have discussed as part of budget, and we'll be coming forward with a conversation with Finance and Parks about the indirect cost. There's currently a set amount that's been the same level for some years.
Yes.
From the fair fund to the general fund, but the indirect cost of the county's ownership of the fairgrounds, and what should that amount be in the formula to assess that indirect cost, so that the general fund would receive some more remuneration now that we have a very successful fair and have built some fund balance and operation practices that allow for that.
The other thing I'm going to say about that, and it's kind of my feeling about Fort Tot Hill, or about the amphitheater as well, it's trying to find that right balance. Mm-hmm. Obviously, these are revenue producing for the county, but these are also things that cost a lot of money to keep up and to keep it what I think we would all like to see it at a high level of improvement and a high level of maintenance really, and see improvement. So it's finding that right balance, because I'll just be honest with you. I think we have I think we should put more money back in the amphitheater than we're putting in the amphitheater. And I also don't want us to see us do something similar with regards to the fair, and quite frankly, limit them. And so it's finding that right. I hear what you're saying. County has a lot of needs. We get pulled in lots of different directions. These are revenue producing assets for the county, but I also don't want to tap them at the expense of good maintenance, upkeep, and quite frankly, future programs. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Nope, that's quite all right. That's what we're here for. I mean, these are perfect conversations to have. The Parks Capital Fund, how we manage that is to utilize these funds for land acquisition, park development, natural resource area improvements, trail development. This is our big go-to for that. And here are some of the accomplishments. Early on, as we previously spoke about, was the sewer and water infrastructure. But also we've done some really great things like adding on a small piece of property at the Matt Ryan Natural County, let me start all over. The Matt Ryan County Natural Area. We purchased
He leaves a lot of us speechless.
So we were able to add to the county natural area by acquiring this piece of property that actually had a natural resource benefit, right? It had a part of a pond was on it. So anyway, it was valuable from a natural resource perspective. We've paid for master plans, and as I mentioned earlier, we paid for the Frontieri building demolition, which now will allow for the public to actually access this beautiful piece of property that the county owns. And approved in this budget is the acquisition and master planning of Gonzales Ranch. So in Williams, yes. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to do this just because I need to practice. Oh my gosh. Never mind. The REPI program, Management Natural Resource Endowment. So as we mentioned, this is a very restricted fund. The costs go to the natural resource management and monitoring and enforcement of the conservation easement that sits on those 80 acres. Now we can do things like build a trail there because it manages the recreation on there. It does allow for recreation, and we want people, and what trails do, it helps manage recreation. It tells people where they can go and where we don't want them to go. So that is on the docket, and then eventually we'll be looking to these funds to do that. But we're also on the horizon going to be expending on repairing the fence around the 80 acres, as well as some fuels management. You'll see that request as part of our FY27 budget packet. And then the general fund, as I've mentioned, we use these to invest in programs that the revenue is deposited into this fund. And some of the accomplishments are lots of stuff that we've done recently with the amphitheater. This fund has also supported snow play operations when we needed signboards to direct people not to park on the sides of the roads, and we needed extra porta-johns and all that sort of stuff. So that the general fund supported that endeavor. We recently received general funds to purchase some equipment that we needed for our special events program. And then the CPI increases that we received over the last few years have been so incredibly helpful, unburdening our operations budget from the high cost of utilities. They were really strangling us. And so now we're able to deploy some of those dollars for smaller repair and replacement projects. And on the horizon, 5-year outlook, I won't go through all of this, but I'm happy to address any of your questions. I'm only focusing on 3 of our major funds. You can see the beginning fund balance on each slide for each program. The beginning fund balance is a result as starting point of July 1, the beginning of this fiscal year, and what our revenue is projected for 5 years and where this fund balance will end in 5 years, what it will look like, okay? And, on this slide, some of the highlights are the livestock, the building out a multi-purpose. It's called here on this slide, the livestock building construction, but it's really a multi-purpose building to replace the need of having to rent a very large tent each year for the livestock auction and livestock shows. We feel, and this is something that's been on multiple Fort Todd Hill master plans, We feel that this is a building that could be used potentially year-round. It could be used by other events. It could be small events contained there or large events, and then just have another event space within the historic quad. So that's a big project there. Remodeling restrooms in the commercial building, that's not a bad use of those funds, as well as helping develop the heart of the park, which is that where the commons restroom, we've been talking about that. It's developing out that area into more of a public space as opposed to basically a field of cinders and grass that it is today. And here's the public-private partnership fund. You can see where we begin and where we end. There are several projects that you've already heard about, but some of the ones that you may not have heard about is the pickleball, bringing on pickleball courts at Fort Tuthill. The heart of the park development, that's where the commons restroom is. So we feel like public-private partnership fund and the fair fund can both contribute to really seeing something significant happening there. And there's, this one, of course, the campground. I feel strongly that the county really needs to take that leadership in terms of building out, improving the campground. And so we feel that the public-private funds can support that, at least in part. And then this is the Parks Capital account, same scenario, and you'll see a lot of the remaining funds going towards Gonzales and a trail, Herrenberg Trail, that's in the Kachina Village area. Just 2 more slides here, and very generally, our 10-year outlook is that over the next 5 years, we're really focusing on 3 things. We're focusing on addressing some publicly vetted master plan recommendations. We're looking at improving outdated facilities and addressing deferred maintenance objectives, okay? We know that the PP fund, well, we don't know, but we're anticipating that the PP funds are going to decline. We know that the parks capital funds are finite, so when those are expended, they're gone. And that while the fair fund has addressed a lot of long time needs, once in 5 years, if we deploy all the projects that we have proposed for the next 5 years, we're going to need some time to build that fund up to do anything of significance again, right? It takes time to build these funds to do important projects. Very easy to spend, yeah. And then we will always just know that while you see those 5-year ending balances, we're always going to try to leverage what we have with grants. So, these are working, breathing, living documents that can change based on what other funds may come our way. And there's a lot of stuff that we have no idea where, right now we don't have a clear funding source for many of these projects. So, and I won't go through the list, but as you can see, it's extensive. And then there you go. I'm happy to answer questions, have a conversation with you.
Wow, thank you. Comments, members of the board? Yeah.
It's a lot, yeah.
And we'll be looking further during the budget process on this as well, and further discussions, as also our deputy county manager has raised too, that we'll be talking about. So.
And we stand ready, my colleagues and I, we stand ready to help you to digest or answer any additional questions that you might have.
No, I haven't been out to the Frontier property since I think you took the buildings down. And I don't know what it's we should we need a field trip out there. So just see what it looks like. And I don't think the Ramadas are there. No.
I recommend taking a field trip out there in let's say like late May-ish, early June.
I agree.
That's when our staff will have scratched out, if you will, just to use a kind of a layman's term, to scratch out a trail, the Homestead Trail, and then you can kind of follow along where the trail is going to land. And that might be a really good time
Yeah.
to appreciate what's there now and what's coming.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to do that. So,
Madam Chair, and
Yes.
members, I think, and Cynthia as well, comments is welcome. We have talked individually at times, but public-private partnerships, revenue-generating assets, incredibly important, can challenge sometimes the norms of a park and recreation world, but also can challenge the norms of a county government. But if we are all intentioned, and I think we are, having heard from each of you in some ways about maximizing or improving upon those resources and gain revenue generation to provide more stable funding for these types of investments that we're talking about, your investment of time are going to be necessary in that, and as we go through the contracts and the development of those and renegotiating with some of our current partners as well. So I just bring that up to say that this is not a budget time only conversation, that as these vendors come online, those contracts become the incredibly critical thing that makes it important on how these revenues will start to come in. And it's right, it's easy to spend fund balance once you have it, but we're going to have an expansion of partnerships to be able to replenish those revenues to continue to do this investment and work. We certainly don't want to have Gonzales become 80 years like Tut Hill has become to get to the point where we are, right? So how do we incentivize and move towards a revenue generating idea that can provide the investments we want to provide to our community? Cynthia.
No, 100% agree with you, Eric. We have an opportunity to be very thoughtful with how we write our contracts and how we deploy the funds. So, and plan for that, and especially planning for the future. Because if this continues to be the model for the department, we have to keep that top of mind, that this is going to be the source of funding for sustaining sustaining the investments that are made.
So Eric, if I'm understanding you correctly, like, let's just talk about Gonzales Lake as an example. Are you talking about investing in there so that it does, like, become a revenue generating park?
So I will always going to defer the department, but let me say that as a vision in terms of, there are so many demands upon the general fund.
Right.
Being a revenue restricted county, expenditure limit restricted county as well, that you end up with so many restrictions and so many needs out of the general fund for basic services, what we would call the core government services, that it is likely that we cannot just look at Gonzales as a place to just be, right? That it's going to have to help us recoup some investment back to fund the department for its management.
And that could be a public-private partner. That could be, I don't know. We have to master plan this thing. I mean, it could be a small entry fee, a parking. I mean, there are ways to generate revenue. It could be rentals, remodel rentals. I mean, that doesn't generate a lot, but or maybe a lot of smaller revenue generating opportunities that help bridge the maintenance gap.
Right. And I get that, because it could be a really nice venue. You know what I mean? For large events that come in, renting that out. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, I get that. And then I was actually going to ask if there were like any ideas, and you already answered that question. So it's something to think about and talk about, but I understand the principle and makes sense.
wow, thank you. Thank you for you and your staff. And, we just so enjoy our open spaces and, quite frankly, our recreation spaces across the county, and really appreciate the great job you all do. And, I as you can tell, you've got a lot of people here on the board that are very happy with Parks and Rec, and very much look forward for continuing discussions on what we can do. So really appreciate your help.
And I speak on behalf of our entire staff, is we appreciate your support, and we appreciate the support of county leadership. So we thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody other comments, closing comments? All right. Good. We're moving on. And the next is, make sure we've got it here. We have number 25, presentation discussion regarding a status update on the Buggy Wheel Ranch Road Improvement Project. Say that real fast 3 times. and transfer maintenance responsibilities to the U.S. Forest Service.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me here today and letting me provide you with an update on the Buggy Wheel Ranch Road project. Let me give you a quick background on Buggy Wheel Ranch Road. I think back in the early 1960s, Buggy Wheel Ranch Road was taken over by the county, mainly to serve the purpose of providing a paved access from I-40 to what was in the City of Williams transfer station. That transfer station is long gone, but the city or the county has maintained maintenance responsibilities on that roadway. And about 4 years ago, Drake Cement, they started looking at mining operations off of Buggy Wheel Ranch Road, and the county, Public Works, Forest Service, and Drake Cement had a few discussions about how to better maintain this road for the expected future traffic of the mining operations. Through those discussions, we came to the conclusion that the county was going to give back the road to the Forest Service, and then in turn, the county was going to start taking on Woody Mountain Road as a road that we were going to maintain too. So it wasn't quite a one-to-one transfer of roads, but with the increase of traffic and maintenance that would be required on Buggy Wheel, and then taking on Woody Mountain Road, we kind of saw it as a win-win for all situations. So from there, we started going through the NEPA process, the National Environmental Protection Act. Thank you, Eric. The NEPA process with the Forest Service through public outreach. We got a few comments back from the Starlight Prairie, kind of not really subdivision, but a bunch of landowners. And Starlight Prairie, if you can see on the screen there, blue is highlighted as Starlight Prairie Road, and you can see some private parcels there on the right-hand side of your screen. And those landowners are looking at doing a potential subdivision here in the upcoming years. So we were requested to keep maintenance up until Starlight Prairie Road for the ingress and egress of that potential new subdivision coming in. So after further discussions with the Forest Service, we decided to change kind of the route that we were going from turning back the entire road to keeping a portion of the road. And it's about 1.5 or 1.2 miles of road that we'd be keeping, and turning back over to the Forest Service about 1.8 miles of road from Starlight Prairie to the north to where current day is the gas, Kinder Morgan gas station pump. From there, the Forest Service has been in conversations with Drake Cement Company, and they're going to be maintaining the road from where they're doing the mining operations to current day pavement. And once we get this road turned back over to the Forest Service will come in agreement with Drake to maintain this additional 1.8 miles section of road as a gravel road. Where we're at currently on the project, or any questions on the kind of the background of the project before I go into where we're currently at? Yeah, Supervisor Begay.
Go ahead, I have a question.
Yeah.
So that green portion of is the one that we're still, the county is going to go ahead and maintain? Or is it the orange one is going back to the Forest Service?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the green section is going to be maintained from Deer Farm exit off of I-40 all the way up to Starlight Prairie Road.
And the reason why is that they're starting to plan for the roads to be put in those areas?
So this
for?
subdivision, the reason for keeping it, there we go. Okay, the reason for keeping it is Starlight Prairie Road, right here where it says in blue. There's property owners over here that are looking to start a subdivision project for Starlight Prairie. is going to be, what we've seen so far is about a 450 acre development of potential, of a potential subdivision on that area.
So how much is it costing us to maintain the whole road right now versus just a green portion of it?
I don't have numbers with me on how much it's currently costing us to maintain the entire roadway. It's been a while since we've done anything on the road, but the paved section itself, we're looking at doing a 1.5 inch overlay. That's going to cost us about close to about $800,000 to do an overlay on that section of road.
So I guess we have to go to Parks and Rec to get my, okay.
Oh, wait a minute. So I have a question. The Supervisor Ontiveros, I think this is in your district, isn't it? It's just between yours and mine, but I think this is yours. Are you familiar with this? I'm not familiar with Buggy Wheel Ranch Road.
Yeah. When you were talking about the Kinder Morgan, is that the old El Paso?
Oh, sorry, it is the El Paso gas tank.
It is the, oh, yeah, okay.
Yep.
So, you know, like if you're on Route 66 and you come to that intersection where you would turn left to go to Deer Farm, you would stay on the road and you would just continue going forward. And that's where this is at.
So currently, yeah, just past the Deer Farm, there's two real big pieces of infrastructure out there. One is a helitack base for the Forest Service, and the other one is a El Paso natural gas pumping station. So the road will be turned back to a gravel road north of the helitack base to the El Paso natural gas. And it will still remain to be a level 3 Forest Service road, which is one of their better maintained gravel roads.
So you think Forest Service is giving us something equal in return for us taking this on? Or are we doing this out of the kindness of the county's heart?
So currently, we have a special use permit to maintain the roadway.
Mhm.
And if we don't want to maintain the pavement from Starlight Prairie all the way up to El Paso Natural Gas, we have to return the road to the same condition that it was prior to us taking on the special use permit. So for us doing this, we're giving something back to the Forest Service that we're no longer going to have to maintain.
We didn't hear that, so.
Return it to the condition it was when we took it on. And so
Yeah.
we are doing that, and really because there are no residences beyond Starlight Road.
Correct.
And we're now going to have hauling with Drake Concrete, hauling on that road. We don't want to be responsible for maintenance of that road.
Got it.
with
I
the heavy
understand now why we're doing this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So any questions on the history of the road before I move on to what we're doing? Okay, so
Got to have a great history with the name Buggy Wheel Ranch Road, but we won't need to go way back. So thank you.
I don't have it that far back.
So why does it have that name? Since you brought it up.
Good question that I don't have the answer to. Okay, so recapping on the history, we took it over from City of Williams. Had a transfer station out there. We haven't had the transfer station out there in a while. Now we're wanting to give it back to the Forest Service because of the heavy hauling that's going to be happening on the road, and it would increase the amount of maintenance that we'd have to do on the road. We sat down with Forest Service, Drake Cement, and the county. Had conversations on what Drake Cement was willing to provide towards maintenance of the roadway. That dollar amount was not even enough to really do a pavement preservation project on the roadway. That's when we decided that we were going to give the road back to the Forest Service because Drake Cement is already going to be maintaining the gravel road from the El Paso gas pumping station north to their mining operation. So taking on this additional 1.8 miles of road isn't a problem for them for maintaining a gravel road instead of maintaining an asphalt surface road. And then we'll keep the 1.2 miles up to Starlight Prairie where there's a potential new subdivision going in. So we maintain that paved access into a new subdivision for county residents.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any questions from the board?
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate
so
it.
That's the update of why we're doing it and where we're at right now. We're at about we're finishing up 100% design plans right now, and we're expected to go out and to advertise this project hopefully by middle to end of this month, and then go into construction in April or beginning of May. And then what we'll have to do once we get this project done, we'll have to come back to the board to relinquish this right away and update our special use permit for the Forest Service to only be the 1.2 mile section of road instead of the full 3 mile section of roadway. All right, any other questions for me?
Thank you. Thanks,
All right,
Bill.
thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. We're going to give this presentation, and it's largely about the transportation fund and the transportation aspect of public works. And you'll know that I'm sure you know that we also have solid waste and recycling. We also manage the fleet of the county as well. And we'll touch on the fleet portion of it just barely, but this is largely about our roadways and our transportation infrastructure. Lindsay? Oh, the clicker? As we get this to come back online, I can say that the transportation fund, or our roadway infrastructure within Coconino County, is funded by 3 main sources. And Cynthia gave a background and Nate gave a background, so I'm going to give a background to say that we receive a small portion of our annual budget, somewhere between $3 and $4 million from a vehicle license tax. We receive a more significant portion of our budget from the state gas tax, or it's the Highway User Revenue Fund. We call it HERF. And we put both of those into one account. We call it the Transportation Fund. We largely pay for our operations and a lot of overhead for the transportation infrastructure that we manage in the Transportation Fund. And then on the other side, we have the road maintenance sales tax. And that's a road maintenance sales tax that was passed in 2014, and it was Prop 403, and it will last for 20 years. We're more than halfway through that, and probably by 2031, we'll develop an effort to educate the public and bring that back to the ballot a year or two before that. So it looks like our presentation isn't going to work, and so if our slides are in the board packet, and so if we can just use the board packet, or I'm just going to keep going and maybe
Christopher, we do all have that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So if you look at slide number 3, you can see the breakdown of our revenues. The brown is the HERF dollars, the state gas tax. I'm breaking things everywhere. And on top of that for each year is the green, which is the road maintenance sales tax. Then the blue on top of that is the vehicle license tax. And you can see an upward trend going back from 2019 all the way to 2025. I like to think about this as, thanks, Jeremy. I like to think about this graphic as this, the brown is more of the state level, but I mean, it includes tax that we pay on fuel within Coconino County. But the green is more of local dollars staying local. It's the sale of anything in Coconino County, a third of a cent on anything sold in Coconino County comes to pay for our roads. And so it balances all of our tourism dollars, the wear and tear that happens on our roads by the visiting tourists as well as our local people. But it is local, and you can see that just in 2025. Oh, they can't see it now? Oh, shoot. Okay. So you can see that in 2025, the road maintenance sales tax that we're paying for locally is outpacing our HERF. And it's been like that since at least 2022. So we're doing our part locally to pay for our roads. And the trend, I think the takeaway from this slide is that the trend is positive, and we're seeing revenues that are actually outpacing our inflation projections. That's why we came to the Board of Supervisors a couple months ago and asked to spend money that we realized that we didn't project. Because we in a sense, save all of our revenue from 2026 that we're getting now, then we'll spend it in 2027. So we'll set and we'll ask the Board of Supervisors to approve a 2027 budget. But if we realize more revenue through 2026, we'll come back and ask to spend. And this year it was on the order of a couple $1 million. So, things ebb and flow. And where we're at this year is the highway user revenue fund dollars are up about $70,000, and road maintenance sales tax is down about $43,000 as compared to previous years. So they balance each other out. So it's kind of level. So if we go to the next slide, slide number 4, and it's where we allocate the funds for this fiscal year. And in the road maintenance sales tax fund, there's about $16 million. And in the transportation fund, there's around $18 million. And there's a little bit of a breakdown there, and I'm going to get into it a little bit further where we're spending this money for 2026. But you can see when we say preservation, pavement preservation, this isn't really an optional type of a thing. And I come a little bit from the archaeology side of the world, and we talk about preservation of archaeology sites or preservation of things. And sometimes that's viewed as a little bit discretionary. When we talk about pavement preservation, UV damage to asphalt roads degrade the pavement. And if we don't do chip seals and fog seals and overlays, we won't realize the full service life of our pavement. And we hope to get 30 or 40 years out of our pavement. So those preservation activities are important for us to realize the full service life. And then we do full road replacement projects. We purchase heavy equipment, and then we support what we call the Tribal Roads Program. There's actually 2 parts to that. In the Tribal Roads Program, there's our blade operators that are blading the roads under an agreement that we're trying to renew with the BIA. And then we also are holding $500,000 a year that the Navajo Division of Transportation can help us identify projects and its capital matching and emergency funds. And so those projects are supported from the road maintenance sales tax. And then on the transportation fund, some projects come from there as well. It's pavement preservation, snow removal, more heavy equipment purchases. But the bulk of our operations are housed in the transportation funds. And similar to what Cynthia was talking about in Parks and Rec, that we try not to burden the general fund. And we've been able to maintain a little more than 1,000 miles of county roads based solely on the state gas tax, the road maintenance sales tax, and the vehicle license tax funds. And we don't get a general fund plug to help support that. And it's important, I think, whenever at Public Works, we identify if an impact is, especially as it relates to fleet, is this going to be a general fund impact or is it going to be a transportation fund impact? And we try to align our finances to minimize impacts to the general fund as much as we can. On the next page, it's slide 5. It shows our HERF, and this is another way to look at the revenue throughout the year for the last 3 years and how it trends up or down. And then on the next slide, slide 6, it shows our fund balance. And I think this slide's important to show that this is the Highway User Revenue Fund. So we have it on the screen now. And you can see that with our expenditure limit and a lot of other things, that we were supporting the flood control district and getting through a really tough time with post-wildfire flooding. Our fund balance was growing. And our previous county manager and Andy as well was my supervisor at the time. And we said we need to turn a corner and really invest in our roads. And having $30 to $35 million in the bank is not doing our roads and the people traveling our roads any good. And so in our HERF fund, our transportation fund, you can see that in fiscal year 25 to 26, we spent it down $8 million. And then by the time we get to 27, we'll spend it down another $5 million. And by 28, we'll be down to $19 million. But we want to be able to have enough operational reserves to weather us. And like I said before, that we realized revenue in the previous fiscal year and we spend it in the next. We do want to carry a fund balance in our transportation fund that can cover our operations in case we get into a year and we see reduced revenues. And so we plan, our 10-year plan includes a fund balance to cover those operational expenses in our transportation fund. But we're actively spending down that fund balance. Part of it is, and similar to Parks and Rec, we're saving money for future grant matches and larger purchases that or projects that we want to have in the near future. Well, this is the road maintenance sales tax fund, and this also shows month by month throughout the year revenues. I think the takeaway here is that it ebbs and flows throughout the year, but we're in a good spot, and we continue to realize better than expected revenues year after year. It may not always be that way, but while it's good, we're going to get as much work done as we can. And then this is our fund balance in the road maintenance sales tax fund. And so we are able to start a little bit earlier in the road maintenance sales tax fund. You can see starting from 23 to 24, we spent down quickly. And that was about the same time we hired our county engineer, Nate Reisner. And Nate Reisner can spend money better than a teenager. And so Nate's ability to identify projects, procure engineering resources, and engineer in-house things has been spectacular. And it's helped us get the dollars on the roads and improving our roadway infrastructure. Our pavement condition index has never been as good as it is in the county. There are still some paved roads that need work and need help, but overall, our pavement condition index has never been as good as it is now. And it ranks better than other counties as well. So we have the right people in the right seats on the bus. We're doing a lot of good things at Public Works. Not to toot our horn too much.
By the way,
Chair?
it's definitely noted by communities. And I really appreciate it. You all, and quite frankly, you've gone over and above. As you know, there's been some dicey areas in certain very difficult parts of rural Coconino County. And quite frankly, you've all gone over and above to get it done. And quite frankly, in very difficult and trying situations. So I want to thank you for that. And I can tell you the work that's being done by your department does not go unnoticed. So really appreciate the extra effort you put in for our communities and really those in need, even if you're going over and above and really not what you necessarily have to be doing. We really appreciate that.
Agreed. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair Horseman. And I believe it's a certain kind of mindset in the leadership that we have at Public Works. And we could say, oh, this is the way we've always done it, or we could say a lot of different things. But the attitude has been that how can we make things better? And when somebody complains, even though it's, we may think we're doing a good job, we always take a step back and evaluate how can we meet their expectations. And sometimes we can, and sometimes we can't. And we try to partner with the public, and we try to be as transparent as we can. So moving into more details about capital improvement projects and where the big dollars are spent with our budget. And so you can see at the top of, this is a snapshot of the total investments for, this is fiscal year 2025. Yeah, it's cut off at the top of mine. Yeah, 2025. So we spent $16 million in 2025. We needed to make some payments for our Central Federal Lands grant, pavement preservation, Shadow Mountain reconstruction. It's a road reconstruction project. We did Stardust Trail, and we did Canyon Loop. You can see it's $6 million in reconstruction, 3.4 in pavement preservation. Then the supporting or affiliated drainage infrastructure, we invested $2.9 million in. It's a little bit misleading, I'm sorry, on this side here where it says grant match for us $3 million. It's something else our engineering division has been really successful at is procuring grants. So this really represents about $3 million of grant funds that we were able to procure. And they're tied to different projects. And so some of them implemented right away, but most of them are more long-term implementation of the projects. And then in 2026, so in this current fiscal year, we're well on track and we're breaking ground. We have contractors and we have designs to spend about $12.3 million in construction. And the list of projects is here. Will be on Spring Valley Road, Double A Ranch Road, Old Route 66. We just talked about Buggy Wheel Road, then our pavement preservation. And this year we've procured about $4 million. And what maybe it should be listed as a major project that's not is this road safety action plan that our engineering division got the grant for. And it's going to make our roads safer. And we have already received a bunch of impact or feedback from the county residents, and it's going to make a really big impact for the safety of not just cars traveling our roads, but also, I believe, multimodal as well. So that's in 26. And then next year, we aim to spend about $12 million, $11.8 million. And these are the projects that are coming online for next summer that we're either designing in-house or procuring engineering design companies, consultants to engineer for us. We continue to work, as a note on this one, it's something that I want to point out. You can see on this slide, it says Lake Mary parking lot for about $500,000. When we recognize Lake Mary Road as a recreational corridor and we undertook that effort, we continue to do work in that area. And one of the efforts we want to undertake is to create a parking lot that's off of Lake Mary Road that a lot of the corridor users, they're parking on the shoulder of the road right now. And so we've worked with the Forest Service and we're completing the environmental clearances. And right there at Crimson Road, we're going to construct a parking lot off of the main Lake Mary Road proper for people to park in and stage and get ready to go. Because we've seen it in other places in the county where people are staging right next to the shoulder of the road. We've experienced really bad accidents for things like that.
Well, in a very bad accident there as well. So, but I think it's all part of the whole, Lake Mary recognizing that as an iconic road where people come from all over the world, quite frankly, to train, not to mention our local community, bicyclists as well as runners. So I'm really glad to see that. I know when we were looking at making it a safety corridor, we talked about getting that done and, again, adding to the safety and really recognizing the iconic nature of that road. So thank you and your staff for, really moving that forward. Really appreciate it.
Other grant-related opportunities that we've been able to capitalize on is that our Perkinsville Road project is potentially somewhere between 30 $36 million. And we'll pay $8.8 million for that. And we'll realize that project. And that will likely be the next corridor, recreation corridor in Coconino County as we grow and get a little bit bigger. And we're investing into that a little bit of ahead of time. And so hopefully the infrastructure supports the activities in that area, and we can maintain a better level of safety. But other grant opportunities, the Safe Streets for All program, it's $7.4 million to upgrade guardrails, rumble strips, potentially in the Lake Mary Road corridor and other places in the county, sidewalks in Doney Park. We want safe routes to schools. That includes sidewalks. And Public Works doesn't maintain a whole lot of sidewalks. There's not a lot of sidewalks in our county. And so we'll be turning the corner on that and realizing that we need different equipment, and it'll require a little bit different operational activities to maintain sidewalks. But we believe it's necessary and it's time to undertake that. Quite a large project is this East Belmont.
Hold on, we have a question.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to go back. I'm tracking with you really well. But going back to the safety of like the shoulders and the sidewalks and all that, correct me if I'm wrong, but in parks on the Spring Valley Road, are you accommodating that there up to the school? And if so, how?
Chair Horseman and Supervisor Ontiveros, that a portion of that project does have widened shoulders. And it starts at the school, goes, do you know a distance, Nate?
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the question. So yes, the answer is yes, we are widening shoulders in the Spring Valley area. We just got done with the Route 66, so from Parks, the Parks intersection, Parks Road intersection, to Three Bears on Route 66, we widened the shoulders to a 5-foot shoulder to accommodate for bikes to travel alongside the road without having to be in the lane. And then in fiscal year 27, so July 1st of this year, we'll be able to award a contract for a contractor to come in, and from Spring Valley Road on Route 66 up to that next neighborhood, we're going to widen the shoulders there also 5 feet to accommodate bike travel on the shoulders of the road instead of being in the lane from that, I forget what the neighborhood and the road is up there. Yeah, yep. Right, yeah, exactly, right to the fire stations where we'll stop the shoulders, because then there's side roads, frontage roads there on Spring Valley. So that will allow kids to ride their bike on a 5-foot shoulder to the school. Yep.
Okay, that's going to be great. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's part of a fiscal year 26 project. It's actually, yeah, for 27. So just want to point out that we're looking at a $60 million project in Belmont. And like some of our communities, Ticina Village, Mountain Air, Munns Park, there's only one way in and out of the community. And there's frankly not a lot of opportunity for a second entrance or ingress and egress. But there is in Belmont. We've been working with ADOT and identified an opportunity at the east end of Belmont for a second entrance. But we don't have $60 million programmed in our budget right now. So we'll be looking for grants to support that, to try to understand how we can realize that project. That'd be in the future. It's not currently programmed.
Christopher, if I may, on the Belmont, we obviously have done advocacy on a federal level. That was part of our advocacy agenda. But speaking to the future, then there is a redesign in the future. Sometime out that east interchange would be built, and then the current interchange would be redesigned, correct?
Correct. But it's not just, there's a lot of plans and a lot of opportunities in the Belmont area. So there could be this interchange at the east end of it. But as the area continues to grow and it's more built out, even the current interchange and our current roundabout will, the capacity will get exceeded. And so we're looking at some pretty major changes actually in that area. And so this 60 million is just for this initial interchange. And we're talking 20, 30, 40 years down the road. And so it's great to have Nate and Chad, our deputy director and our county engineer, have experience from their time at ADOT, understanding traffic and growing needs. And so we're going to be well positioned in it, and it won't be a crisis in the future that we'll ease into it. But they are big numbers and they're big dollars. So to support this, we have our county facilities, our public works facilities. And we have the Sheep Hill facility right here in Flagstaff, but we also have one, it's a little bit smaller in Williams, and then we have barns throughout the county to help us stage equipment and support those operations. And you know, it's a balance, and we've tried to identify how much we should spend on roads, and then how much do we spend supporting those operations. And we can ask for help from other counties to identify what they're spending and their overhead. But frankly, Coconino County has done a really good job historically of making do with what we have. And our facility is an old state highway department, and we've invested quite a bit in it over the last few years. And so you can see in this fiscal year 25, when it says B3, that's building 3, and how much we've invested into that in 2025. And B4 is the building that we're tearing down for the new emergency management and flood control district building, and we're constructing a new barn with a huge meeting space. So we're spending about $1.7 million this year. That's a payment once we get under construction, is the $1 million payment for the new building and the new barn. Then next year, fiscal year 27, we're estimating we'll make the bulk of the payment, and that's $3 million. And then the equipment purchases that within road maintenance, what we're doing on a lot of our gravel roads, and we purchased a paver in 2025, and we're trying to balance what can we do in-house and what do we need to contract out, and what kind of work do we need other contractors to do, and what kind of capacity does our internal road maintenance team have to do things. And we don't know if we're in a bubble and if the revenues will start to decrease. And so we're balancing that constantly. We realize operational savings by doing things in-house, but we don't want to have to lay people off. And sometimes we just don't have the expertise or the need, like a large-scale grinding machine to help us with some of the things. And so that continues to be a balance of what equipment do we purchase, what do we do in-house, and what do we farm out to outside consultants. As part of our audit, of our road maintenance sales tax, they told us they wanted us to track a little bit better exactly where the dollar is spent. So you'll see in fiscal year 27, we're going to quit buying we're going to move our capital equipment funding from our highway user revenue fund, and we're going to put it all in our road maintenance sales tax. It just makes the accounting more transparent and easier to see that it wasn't transferred to another fund and then that money was used to buy a piece. So that's why in 27 it goes to 0, but in the other fund, you can see this is the road maintenance sales tax fund. And in this fund, there's no operations, and so it's really transparent. The voters approved road maintenance sales tax to pay for work on roads. And so there's no operation costs in this fund per se, and it's really transparent what we're doing with every dollar from that fund. And it's a lot of detail, even the size of the trucks that we're purchasing and what we're doing. And so in 2027, our equipment will spend about $2.5 million to support road maintenance as well. So I know this is a big, it's kind of a drink from a fire hose. And if we were in a different position, if we would have said, if the chair Horseman would have said, I'm concerned about what you're doing. And I get complaints from residents all the time. We would probably be having a different conversation right now. You would be evaluating what are your priorities and how are you spending this money. We've followed a process and guidelines that even County Manager Andy put in place when he was in charge of Public Works, where we get money to the roads. We minimize our overhead and administrative costs as much as possible, and we do more with less as much as we can. And I think the success that we're having with the public, with our response to natural disasters and to snowstorms, but there's still work that can be done. And there's still some residents that are concerned about the quality of some of our gravel roads. And we continue to evaluate alternative products to make our gravel roads last longer. And probably this summer we'll be ready to come back and talk about, we want to show you this is how much it costs to maintain a gravel road. This is how much it costs to maintain a paved road. And we'll show you dollar for dollar exactly what that looks like. And so why it's easy for me to say costs more to pave a road than it would be to maintain a gravel road, but we want to show you the numbers. And so we're doing that. We're putting that hard data together. We'll be able to show that. Yes, sir.
If I can, just to that point, when I first came back, and Christopher has had a great working relationship with me, I think, but we're real clear about expectations, right? And where I'm going is expectation of a resident, many of whom are new or second residents here in Coconino County, to what kind of road they're going to drive on, and how that then translates to the reality that we have to fund transportation infrastructure, and trying to manage the expectations of the public for the roadways with what resources we have, right? And the great work that has been done, the incredible work that has been done by Public Works in this county to provide a transportation infrastructure that works, but that we can't expect beautiful highways, a paved road through every parts of the forest to get to your cabin, all along the way, right? And so being able to communicate back to the public and help expectations be in line better to avoid political controversy and those moments of community uprising, and vociferousness about their roads as best we can.
That's true. And the difference between a private road and public roads, public right-of-ways, and then county roads, all three are very different animals. And try to explain that to a community or somebody who's moved in, drove on a road to get to their brand new house, and suddenly that road's not being maintained, only to find out it's a private road and it's not a county road. And it's hard. And I know you get the brunt of the complaints, and then we do as well. And then you hear from us. And it is an ongoing educational process for the community. And you're right, we have limited resources and finite resources and unlimited wants. So it is definitely a constant challenge. And I really think Public Works, I think you all not only rise to that, but you really help out where you can. And I want to thank you for that. And I also want to say, I think you deserve a new, Public Works facilities. I mean, I have to say some of the worst facilities that we have in the county were probably out there. So I'm very glad we were able to, with not only county funds, but with federal funds, to be able to provide some good facilities and a good place for you to be able to operate from. So I'm excited to see the new facilities. I know you're really excited to see the new facilities. So thank you. Any other comments, members of the board?
Chair Horseman, I'd like to expand on what you were just talking about, that when people move into the county, sometimes even current residents may not realize that we still have the lowest property tax in our county than anybody in the state. And oftentimes the complaint that comes across from residents when they're on the phone with me is that they pay property taxes and they're upset that we're not doing a better job with their road. And frankly, there's no property taxes are spent on county roads. And those funds are tied up in so many other things, so many other priorities. And I think we're at Public Works, we're somewhat proud of that we're able to do it with the gas tax and the road maintenance sales tax. This last slide here is showing that on the general fund side and the vehicles and what Public Works does, it's a little bit out of place, I guess. But it's just showing at Public Works, just this year we bought 34 vehicles for the county, and the sheriff's office got 20, and the jail 3. You can see the different vehicles we purchased. Last year, similar amounts. We spent $2 million last year. We spent 2.7 this year, and next year we expect to spend about $1 million. This ebbs and flows a little bit. We're playing catch up. While our expenditure limit was a problem, we got behind, and frankly, Public Works was behind. We didn't have the staff to help support purchasing and upfitting 30 vehicles, but we're getting back into it. And so that's a lot of vehicles and maintaining, but that's a mechanical services discussion. Yes, sir.
I noticed several vehicles for the jail. Are those vans for transport, or what kind of vehicles are those?
Chair Horseman and Supervisor Vasquez, I can't speak to the exact nature of each vehicle, but I do know for sure that they're speccing out this year. The 3 of them were 2 transport vans and 1 smaller vehicle, but they're upfitted for prisoner transport. So just in closing, Public Works is in a strong financial position, and we aim to continue to provide the level of service that our residents have continued to expect and deserve, and that a big thing on our horizon will be the passing of the road maintenance sales tax. If we didn't have the road maintenance sales tax, we would have less than half of the current budget that we have now. So it's pretty significant. Most all counties in Arizona have passed local road maintenance sales tax as well. We see that as an important thing in our future. With that, are there any other questions?
Supervisor. Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Chris. I was wondering, we have a lot of people that are complaining about their roads in the Donny Park area, and I know that they're private roads. What is your recommendation to them? I even went on there when it was really raining at times. I mean, those potholes are about that deep. And took the car in there, and I had a hard time going through, because I just wanted to see what they were talking about, and it was really bad. So I don't know what kind of recommendation we have for them. Is it on their own? How can they go about doing that? Because, there's a lot of them that lived in that area that are like that.
Yeah, Chair Horseman and Supervisor Begay, that area, similar drainage issues to places in Valley, places in Ash Fork, places in Fort Valley, where the community and the road infrastructure has outpassed the development of drainage infrastructure. So certainly if it's a private road, and ideally there's more than one resident along that road, the county can support the development of either a road improvement district or a road construction district, where they pool their resources and they can manage it themselves. There is some support to understand drainage. Our flood control district has mainly been focused on more regional flood issues and flood hazard corridors. But in some areas like Donny Park, it sees water from some of the Schultz flooding areas, and there's work done. Some of the basins that have been created more recently in the Johnson Ranch area, a huge basin that should reduce some of the impact. It probably is not mitigating all of it, but definitely there's quite a bit of mitigation to the flooding that comes into Donny Park and it impacts those areas. Public Works will continue to improve roads within Donny Park and other areas of the county. We look for opportunities and grants to improve drainage and work with the flood control district. We partner with them, and where flood control project intersects a county road, we pay for that portion of it. So residents have opportunity, and it's on the county's web pages about road improvement and road construction districts. Those resources are available.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. As you know, the conversation about HERF and possibly touching that constantly keeps coming up. We keep trying to tell folks on our TAC We keep telling them, please don't touch that because you're going to mess up the calculus, and we might end up losing funding rather than gaining funding because of the population calculations or whatever. But what I'm noticing is the vehicle licensing tax. That's something that can be adjusted because of electric vehicles. And so I was going to ask, what is the impact of electric vehicles on our county roads?
Yeah, Supervisor, or Chair Horseman, Supervisor Vasquez. That's exactly what I was thinking about when we talk about the HERF dollars, and as counties like around Maricopa grow and their populations grow, um, it actually decreases the amount of highway user revenue fund dollars or gas tax dollars we get. And so it's still not in the state legislature to pass anything about electric vehicles. But that's one of the scenarios, is to capture an electric vehicle fee for that on the annual registration, so it's spread out over the life of the vehicle. The electric vehicles weigh considerably more than internal combustion engine vehicle. And so the weight magnifies the impact to our roads, that it degrades them, they get rutted faster, especially if they speed, then that extra weight is then magnified even more, and it exacerbates the degradation of our paved and gravel roads. So it's definitely an issue.
And then you double that by the fact that they don't pay into the highway user fund. So they're using our roads, they're damaging them more than regular vehicles, and then they don't have to pay any kind of gas tax to use our roads. And so definitely need to advocate to our state, and we have been, but if, just wanted to put that out there, that's something that we need to continue to do, because electric vehicles are increasing, or had been up until this last year, and so it's important that we're addressing that with our roads. The other thing I wanted to ask about, and this is something that we've talked about before, and I know is a certain road in Mobile Haven that's unpaved, and I know it's gone back and forth between whether it was city or county. I believe it's ended up being with city, but I really need some help in helping them get to paving that road. So I just want to throw that out there, because they keep getting stonewalled. And I was wondering if paving that road might be a potential ask for congressional directed spending. So,
Well,
thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez, we'll definitely follow up with you on that.
Any other comments, questions? Otherwise, appreciate it as always. Job well done. Haven't had to use those snow plows much this year, though. We'd like to see more use, please. Members of the board, I'm going to give us a 5-minute bio break, please. Hello and welcome back. And we are here a little early, and I know that we did whiz by earlier today items 2021 and 22 and 23. We are going to go ahead and recall item number 20 for discussion. And I understand that our deputy county manager has a update for us. So I'm going to give this the floor to Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Just a brief update. I've had conversation with Government Affairs Director Breakfast, and of course, coming back from our federal visits, there's some updates for you. We have now passed what we call crossover week in the state legislature. Bills had to be heard in their first house, the Committee of Origin or the Committee of First Referral, and then to be eligible to stay alive, to keep moving forward. Two of our main priorities have had that accomplished. The wildfire prevention or risk reduction and mitigation fund. That's the insurance bill that we worked on very closely with the insurance industry, HB 2292, and then also HB 2619, which is was our new alternative way to fund the WRF-like style fund that we had seen in the past by expanding the funding to the governor's emergency fund. As WRF was a session law product out of the Telegraph and Telegraph fire in 2021, the emergency fund is a statutory fund that exists, a much more advantageous way for us to fund the potential for emergency responses and such, and mitigation to prevent emergencies going in the future. Both those bills were heard and received due pass recommendations in their House Origin committees. Supervisor Vasquez, I believe, went down on one of them on the insurance bill. I testified to the other one that week before we headed to DC. What I wanted to report to you, and the important update for you to know, is that Chairman Livingston in the House Appropriations Committee refused to take those bills up, despite the previous year authoring one of them, the Wildfire Risk Reduction and Mitigation Fund, in conjunction with the insurance industry, the argument being that there's not enough money to appropriate, even though we provided funding mechanisms and such. That I don't believe is the real answer. I think it's really, there are inter-house politics going on there. The update I want to give you is that we are working now through the Senate side of things to find vehicles to move those bills in strikers on the Senate side to try to get through that House and then send them back over to the House for hopeful final adoption. They're both budget involved bills, so it's going to be part of this budget conversation that is not even yet approached at the state legislature. Fundamentally, they still have not agreed on tax conformity to conform with H.R. 1, AKA the one big beautiful or one big bad bill, however you wish to call it. So tax conformity has to be decided between them. The governor and the majority Republicans do not agree, so we haven't even approached the budget conversation. All of this to say, our bills are not dead. They are just simply not going to move in their original format, so we're trying the backdoor approaches now to lean into the budget process. We may be calling on you for some of your advocacy help with our senators and to look, to really push on the Senate side to include these as Senate provisions throughout the budget process. But again, we haven't even started the budget process because we haven't approached our way through tax conformity in the legislature. Happy to answer questions, but I wanted to give you that important update about our important issues that we have worked on as the county.
Thanks for the update. Really appreciate that. So with that, I think we are ready to move
We're
forward.
ready for those folks in the hallway, Mr. Christelman and his crew to come in if they would, and I'll let you call the item and I'll introduce it.
All right, very good. Members of the board, we're on our last item for the evening or the afternoon, and this is number 27, presentation and discussion regarding the 2024 suite of International Code Council Building Code discussions for future adoption and the National Fire Prevention Association 2023 National Electric Code. Members of the board, as you will note, this is a discussion item only. We're going to go through here the update and hear recommendations on a possible action for us to undertake in the future with regards to our building codes. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Eric.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair and members, and for the public. It's my pleasure. Jay Christelman, our Community Development Director, will be taking this presentation, but simply to say the building codes are a requirement that the county have building codes if we want to do the work that we do. And Jay's department just does an outstanding job and has really looked with us as staff at a recommendation to bring to you that will work through a process with the members of the building community, members of our Planning and Zoning Commission, and other commissions and boards that do meet on these items we're kicking this process off, so there'll be much more involvement and participation allowed. But I want to say that we have highlighted, from my perspective, highlighted the important need of having safety, of bringing readiness to our building codes, but also to be affordable and to allow for folks to be building an affordable product for housing here in our part of the world. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Jay.
Thank you, Eric. That was wonderful. Appreciate it. Good evening or good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors of the board. There are a few people I'd like to introduce. There's a few people that were also invited as part of my advisory group. I do have a community development advisory group that touches each element of the department, but with the schedule moved up, they might be strolling in a little bit late, so apologize for the disruption. Guy Eklund, a paralegal with Tony Cullum's office. He represents so many land use things here with our department. He's on my advisory group. And then Pat Headington with Shums Coda. He is our interim building officials. We've been having some struggles recruiting, so Pat's with us 2 days a week. And if you remember, I just have to throw this out there. Pat's boss is Barbara Rice, and if you remember Mr. Torres's DFFM presentation on the wildfire insurance task force, Barbara is leading that. So, or is part of the group that's leading that. So Barbara's a wealth of knowledge as well. And then Tim Kennedy, he's our one of our plans examiners. He wanted to come so I could introduce him and hear how this goes. So with that, the summary of the building codes is, as Eric astutely mentioned, we do have to adopt building codes to do the work that we do. We'll get into the specifics of that here in just next slide, but this is just an iteration of some of the building codes that we operate under. The IBC, the International Building Code, that governs any commercial building and any multifamily building, both of which we don't do a whole lot of in Coconino County. As a matter of fact, we've never done a multifamily apartment complex. We do a number of commercial projects over the years, but not a lot. 95% of what we do falls underneath the IRC, which is the International Residential Code. That is the overwhelming majority of structures that we do permit and inspect. The National Energy Code, that does not fall under the ICC suite of codes. That is, the chair said, is the National Fire Protection Association, because it governs electricity. And that iteration of the code is the 2023 that we'll be proposing to be adopting. That's why it's not part of the 2024 suite, because it's a different agency. And then one of the things that we'll talk about the most is the IECC, which is the International Energy Conservation Code. Now, why do we adopt these codes? Well, first and foremost, like I said, we have to adopt these codes to do the work that we do, but primarily it affects our Insurance Services Office ISO rating. You may have heard that every city, county, state has an ISO rating that's affected by any number of factors, way more than the building codes and just what community development does. But it is part of our ISO rating, and we need to keep up to date on building codes to ensure life and health safety, safe buildings, maintenance of buildings, so on and so forth. That's why we do a code adoption every 6 years. So the code cycle, the ICC meet continuously, and they're adopting codes every 3 years. Nobody adopts the code cycle every 3 years. Everybody adopts it on a 6-year schedule, and that is what's expected by the ISO office to improve our rating. City of Flagstaff is also on a similar timeline as we are to adopt the building codes, which is beneficial for our customer base. We do have a lot of same customers. It's to improve the energy efficiency and resilience of buildings, and also to incorporate new materials and technology, as our industry is constantly changing, just like every other industry, with methods of building. Now, the tentative process overview is to inform really the building community and our customer base of what our proposed adoption is, what our proposed amendments to these codes are, and how we are planning on getting that outreach to the community. So early COVID, the Northern Arizona Association of Home Builders shuttered their doors. That's been very unfortunate, because that was a great resource for us to get this information out there. They don't exist anymore. So we'll be using press releases and other techniques to get that information out there. Now, it is a statutory process. So you all have appointed people from your district that are actually, it's not from your district, it's county-wide. Thank you, Chair, for it's all the districts Statutorily, we have to have a tradesperson, we have to have an engineer, we have to have just a member of the public, a realtor. State statute tells us the 5 people that we have to have on the Building and Safety Advisory Board. That makes the ultimate decision to recommend the amendments moving forward or not, or modifications to those. We do have to have a publicly noticed open house, which is scheduled for Monday, March 23rd. I just got set up today. So because it is statutory, it's law. So when we adopt these building codes through ordinance, it's no different than the zoning code or the health codes or what the sheriff's office has that's outside of state law. So it is law, those building codes. Now the timeline for our code adoption, I mentioned this just real briefly. After this work session, we do have the open house with the Building Safety Advisory Board at the end of March. We have an end of April presentation with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Now, it's important to note that the commission does not make a recommendation to the board on the building codes. This is just for information for them. It's not a land use issue, so there's no requirement statutorily to have the commission weigh in. We just like to inform them of what we're doing. A follow-up May 12th work session is already scheduled, and that is to share with the board what we found from these other meetings that we've had and see what kind of comments. We've been working on this for about 9 or 10 months, so that we've put a lot of effort into getting here so that you don't have people here with torches and pitchforks when we go to adopt the building codes in June, hopefully. So the community outreach, that again with NABA being shuttered, that's difficult. It really takes our communicative efforts down a notch. But we do put information on our portal, on our website, because we are portal based. Everybody has to go through our portal to apply for codes, so we can put on there, hey, we're doing this, we'd like your input. We are going to have a couple of different community meetings. One of them, again, is statutory. Again, the Planning and Zoning Commission, that'll be noticed, and of course the follow-up work session in May. Notices to contractors, we're going to create a sort of a Q&A sheet of what the substantive changes to the proposed codes are, that we can hand that out to our customers. Open house, I mentioned that. And then of course, press releases. I did reach out to Melissa Randazzo this morning about a press release for the end of March. Now, the significant changes, when I say significant changes to the code versus the 2018 code that we're currently on, what I mean are changes that affect cost. So there's quite a number of changes that are just clarifications. They are definitions. They are installation per manufacturer specs, listed products. There's lots of changes in that regard. There's formatting changes, but substantive changes outside of the 2024 Energy Conservation Code for residential construction are minimal. The Code Council for the 2024 codes, they did set out to try to reduce the increase of the cost of a structure very conscientiously, because we know we have an affordability crisis in the United States, particularly the Western United States. Now, again, the code books have completely changed their layout. It's one column instead of two. Some people like it, some people don't. It's inconsequential. The same information is there. Again, there are substantial clarifications regarding the installation of listed products per manufacturer specification. So Coconino County, we've always allowed UL listed products to be installed per the manufacturer spec. That's why people get their products listed in the first place, or companies really. Apparently a lot of jurisdictions do not do that. I don't know which ones do or which ones do not, but there are some out there that still require a design professional, engineer and architect, to essentially sign off on a listed product. That just adds significant unnecessary cost. Again, Coconino's never operated that way, but they codified that in the codes for the 2024 cycle. That's a good thing to see. There's ADA, so American with Disability Act, maneuvering requirements that are only found in the IBC, so commercial and multifamily buildings. So if you're in a wheelchair, there are requirements for additional space and vegetables and things in some common areas to increase the maneuverability. Again, we don't permit a lot of commercial construction. When we do, the designers typically tend to go above and beyond minimum code anyways, so it just isn't an issue. But those are changing. And then there are significant clarifications regarding the fire suppression in most non-residential classifications. Again, the suppression in most classifications already exists. There's just significant clarifications regarding that. So continued with the significant changes, fire alarms and suppression have been identified in S classifications, so that's storage. And the simple version of it is where lithium batteries are stored, or a Class B hazard is what lithium batteries fall under. We're seeing more and more of that with renewable energy projects, and we've actually permitted, one is in the process of being permitted, battery storage facilities for the renewable energy projects. So the Babbitt Ratch Energy Center has a battery storage facility, and so does Perrin Wind Farm. The CO Bar solar project that we're in the process of permitting will also have battery storage. So although those fall under the current code cycle, the 2018 code, the designers are already doing this just because they understand the danger of a Class B hazard. So the lithium batteries are very difficult to extinguish. Fire doors and dampers. So this is another significant change that affects commercial and multifamily that are multi-story, which again, we don't see a lot of. But fire dampers and fire doors in vestibules where stairs exist. And that is to prevent smoke and fire from permeating through ductwork that penetrates that fire assembly. So there's some cost associated, there's some increase in cost associated with that. But again, it only would affect multi-story commercial and multifamily, two things we don't see hardly any of in the county. But that doesn't mean we won't. And then finally, the code tables are increasing about 20% permit fees wide. That happens every code cycle. The code council, they look at region-specific areas, and they identify cost of living, what the minimum wage is, and they factor all that into the code table, the fee table rather, for what our region is. So our fees will be the same as the city of Flagstaff, the same as Yavapai County, as it is right now through the 2018 codes. Any questions on the significant changes? I know I'm kind of blowing and going here. Any questions on the significant changes for predominantly the 2024 codes? There's not a lot.
Thanks for joining us, Chief.
Chief Earl,
We got started a little early, but you haven't missed too much. So, any questions, members of the board?
Okay. So here's a familiar site. Back in, I can't remember if it was October or November, I presented with Lucinda when she was presenting on the wildfire, or excuse me, the insurance crisis that we're experiencing. And there was a great interest by the Board of Supervisors to include home hardening provisions for new construction. So this wouldn't affect any existing construction. All of the discussion that we're talking about today, for the most part, is only affecting new construction. So this would not apply to homes that have existed since the 60s, although it could help them. But what we're looking at with the Institute for Business and Home Safety, the IBHS, it's an insurance agency driven program to make structures more fire resistant. Now what we're looking at here is the IBHS base plan. And I can go into we can't read that. So I have it on another slide for what these elements are. So first off, again, it only applies to new construction. Second, it only applies in the wildland urban interface. That's a topic that we've talked about with Lucinda's presentations as well. We don't technically adopt the wildland urban interface. We don't have a fire department in Coconino County. We have 17 different fire districts. So, and I'll have a visual here in the next slide to kind of explain the urban interface and how we're going to enforce these things in the next slide. But one of the main elements for the IBHS base for fire hardening is a Class A roof with non-combustible gutters. So in visiting with the building community and talking with both Home Depot, Builders First Choice I think they changed their name for the third time in the last couple of years. The Home Depot in Payson for the southeast portion of our county, you can't even get Class B rated fire roofing material anymore. It's all Class A roofing material. My townhome was built 11 years ago under the 2012 suite of codes. And I used my townhome to cost out all of these things that we're going to be talking about today with the home hardening as well as the energy code, which is a whole nother discussion. So I used 2 AI models. I used Gemini and ChatGPT on my personal devices, not through IT. And to cost these things out, and they both were very similar in their application. So again, all new construction for years, people use the rolled aluminum enclosed gutter systems, so they don't have to clean them out. There's a maintenance issue there. So while this could be considered an additional cost, we haven't seen new construction that isn't using Class A roofing material and enclosed gutters in the areas of the urban interface in years. So if they were to use, say, open gutters, that's cheaper, they could save money. We're going to require through the home hardening, if the board approves, gutter guard screens. So it's about $3 a foot installed. If you have 200 feet of gutters on your house, which is quite a bit, really, about a $600 increase in cost to protect the debris that does get inside of the gutter, pine needles predominantly. We're also going to propose a 1/8 inch fire resistive metal screen over any opening. So an attic opening or a crawl space opening. For my little 1,600 square foot townhome, $45 a piece times 4. So it's about a $200 increase in the cost of new construction, not existing construction, not an unreasonable requirement to add to the cost of a fire hardening your home. This one gets a little bit more expensive and causes a little bit of consternation, is the non-combustible or fire-resistant lumber for decking. So the brand name you commonly hear is Trex decking. If that's within 5 feet of your home, which a deck typically is, the Trex material is $12 to $16 a square foot on average. Standard lumber is $3 or $4 a square foot on average. Treated lumber is $6 to $8 per square foot on average. So again, decking is not a code requirement. That's something that people choose to put. A lot of people, instead, they just pour concrete patio or flagstone patio or whatever. So if they do choose to do a deck, we are going to propose that it's required to be non-combustive. A 400 square foot deck is going to cost you about $1,000 extra in material if you go with the Trex material, or roughly half that, because the installation cost is the same. And then the final 2 elements, I forgot to put one on this slide, is the 6 inches of non-combustible vertical clearance of siding at your house. Again, for the last decade, that is how everybody already builds a home. It's either a CMU wall, and then there are 6, 8, 10, 12 inches of vertical clearance before the siding starts. And the reason why people have been doing that for so many years is because it's a termite barrier. So in addition to, that's why it was originated, but it's also a very fire resistive solution. Malapai rock, for example, a lot of people have rock siding. That meets the same requirement as this. So again, there's really no cost associated with that item. The final one that I did forget to put on the slide is a 5-foot combustion-free zone around your house. So fire-resistant vegetation if you have landscaping right up against your house. Vertical wood fencing, it would start 5 feet from the house. We don't require a permit for, say, a 6-foot fence. There's no building code requirement for a permit for that. So when we would go to issue a certificate of occupancy for a home, we could check that box and say, yep, you don't have anything combustion related 5 foot from your perimeter. If they choose to build that fence that doesn't require a permit later down the road, there's nothing we can do about it. That is the summary of the IBHS home hardening that we're proposing. And with any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. So under these new codes or whatnot, you couldn't build, so if you're building a fence, like in the city, I guess in the rural is a little different, but if you're building in the city, usually you build your gate right against your house out 5 feet before you start your fence. So you're saying that they wouldn't be able to do that under these new codes?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Vasquez, great question. So that portion of the fence wouldn't be combustible. So it could be chain link, with slats. It could be some other type of metal, just a non-combustible material. Then your wood fence could start. And this is all contingent upon approval or suggestion or denial by the Board of Supervisors. These are just the IBHS base recommendations nationwide.
Lena, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How does the new code really concentrate on fire? What about in my district where there's no trees?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler, that's another great
And
question.
other areas, so how does this apply there?
So when we talked about the wildland urban interface, that does encompass most of the county. But for example, Greenhaven, where we do see a lot of building going on right now, almost any of these provisions are not part of what we would see in Greenhaven. It's predominantly in, like I said, in the wildland urban interface, the more forested areas. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, it does. I just wanted to make sure. I know you said that, but I thought, okay. Then you said countywide, and I thought, oh, that's when I got concerned. Okay. All right. Well, good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Feather, the next slide, I have a map that shows how we're going to manage that very challenge.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You know, and I know that first and foremost, I want to thank you for bringing forward the home hardening wildfire prepared IBHS recommendation for home hardening. We live in a very high risk area, and obviously it's going to be important for us to do what we can for the health, safety, and welfare of everybody who lives here. And for those that aren't having new home construction but have their home, we certainly would highly encourage them to make these kinds of costs. We know that it's probably a lot cheaper to include in a home if you're building new, but these are the things that we need to make ourselves and our communities, quite frankly, to mitigate the high catastrophic fire risk that we have in our neighborhoods and communities in most of Coconino County. Having said that, I think it is important to acknowledge there is an increase in cost. And I know we're going to be talking about some of the other code provisions you're recommending. So I think it's important for us to keep in the back of our head what these additional costs are as we make our decisions as a board. That very tenuous balance that we need to make between affordability and encouraging home construction here in Coconino County, and also ensuring that we meet the high standards, for example, of health and safety, and the standards for sustainability, which I know we're going to talk about here in a minute. I think it's also important that we're looking at the IBHS recommendations for home hardening because we have an insurance crisis here. And one of the things that we've been told by the experts is that one of the ways that we can help to work with our insurance companies and help to bring in the cost of this insurance is by just this kind of commitment individually, and a commitment as a county, and a commitment as neighborhoods and developments. So I'm really pleased to see this recommendation that's being brought to us. I think it's important for us, and I am in favor of the IBHS home recommendations as we move forward. I know we aren't making a decision today, but I think this is where the cost, even though it is additional cost, and even though we want to encourage affordability, this is the one area where I think it is certainly justified for the cost for an additional home. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward. I don't know if my other colleagues may have some comments on that, and Supervisor Vasquez does as well.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So first off, I think these are good recommendations, but I'm concerned about the pricing. And so my question is, are there any kind of programs that can help offset some of this cost, or any incentives that can help offset some of this cost? Because for some communities and some folks, paying double for your deck is feasible, but for others it's not. And so how do we encourage people to fire harden their homes without outpricing them?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, that's a great question. Community grants are available for entire neighborhoods. For individual home builds, I don't think so. I would like to also share that in 2018, when we upgraded our subdivision ordinance, we also incorporated Firewise community elements to that subdivision ordinance. So in an entire subdivision, like Tovar Springs, for example, in the Kachina Village area, that was approved under our new subdivision ordinance that requires Firewise principles. So including that, in addition to IBHS hardening, there are places in Colorado that have been able to get grants and their insurance rates were lowered through both of those elements. So there, for new subdivisions, yes. For individual lot split development, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, and the comment about the decks, like I said, you don't have to build a deck. You could do a flagstone porch, which is already fire resistant, or concrete. There's costs associated with that too. Concrete's pretty expensive nowadays, but there are alternatives out there. Did that answer your question okay?
Yes, I'm just concerned about the folks that don't have the financial means to fire harden their homes, which puts us all at risk. But at the same time, you know, these are recommendations that are important, especially considering where we live and the insurance crisis we have. So thank you.
Madam Chair, to that point, to just briefly on that point, obviously, the legislation we just discussed and that we have been advocating for would create that kind of grant program in wildlife urban interface here in Arizona to address also current homeowners as well. I mean, I think that's where we're really going to see a lot of this cost. Certainly the cost is important, right? But it becomes a very small number in a new build versus a current homeowner. That there are no grant programs, and a current homeowner who just wants to take their home built in 79 and update it, this building built in 79, and get it Firewise, there's nothing, and that's what we have been addressing with the legislature, pushing forward those kinds of grants targeted at residential communities, using the insurance premium tax that they're already paying to fund that program, to then hopefully lower their insurance rates through those investments.
Thank you, Eric. I'd like to introduce Aaron Heiss. He's part of our group too. He's an architect with civil design and engineering. I just wanted to, we started early. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for joining.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and Jay, just to be clear in alignment with Supervisor Fowler's question, the wildland urban interface, that area or those areas would be identified.
Yeah, that's correct, Andy. Thank you for bringing that up. And the next slide I have will kind of illustrate that on a map. So granted, we're using just over 1,600 square foot townhome for the costing because it was easy enough for me to do my house. This is in the several $100 range to the cost of the home, just for the IBHS elements. You know, some larger homes that have much larger crawl space venting or much larger attic venting, that cost is going to go up. But for smaller homes, it would actually be less than that. So there's a very subjective way, you know, to look at that. It really just depends on the size of the home and in some cases the type of construction. Any other questions about the fire hardening?
You know, one of the things I think would be helpful, and I know this is discussion, and it'll be coming back to us, and I appreciate the work you did on your home.
Yeah.
But there's got to be also a basis for an average home, average size home for a new construction, maybe working with some of our contractors as to what this additional cost would be for the IBHS requirements. And as you said, you know, to the extent that they're doing it, that's great. And I look forward to hearing from them on that. But we do have a number of homes, as you know, in rural area, and a lot of these homes are off the grid. Many of these are owner built. And so I think it would be helpful for us before we make our final decision on what we're looking at, what the increased costs would be for the IBHS additions for home construction. And again, I think this is one of those areas where, you know, balancing affordability, which is very important to this board and to the county, versus health and safety and the welfare of individuals in our communities, come into play. And I'm very glad to see us moving forward to IBHS construction. So, but I think we should get a little bit a better clarification on what the dollar amount would be. So
I can certainly do that. Thank you.
thanks. I really appreciate that.
Of course, thank you. Two more members of our Building Safety Advisory Board walked in. That's the part of the statutory board I was telling you about. It's Carrie Gunther with TC Reuter and Tom with Peak Engineering. Thank you guys for joining.
Thank you again for being with us. We haven't had a chance to meet you. And so I'm really glad you're joining us here today and really appreciate the introductions. And Supervisor Fowler, I'm sorry, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. I know you touched on it a little, but, the supplies that are going to be needed. How do we need to work with the Home Depot and these other companies that sell some of these supplies? Do we need to work with them so they may have them in stock, or how does that work? Or is it readily available?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler, these items are readily available.
Mhm.
Fire-resistant lumber is something that's not uncommon in our region. Trex decking or other synthetic types is very, very available. And then all of the screens and guards are available locally, as well as out of the valley if it's being built in the southeast portion or out of the Payson area.
One thing I think we also want to note, and I know that we'll talk about this probably more with flood control district, but we are going after that community wildfire defense grant. And I know there's been discussion with the board that the home hardening may be a part of that grant program. So just something for us to be aware of as we move forward. And thank you for that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Any other additional questions before I move on? Okay. So this is the map I was telling you, but I realized as I was meeting with the chair yesterday that this is not the greatest iteration of a map, but what it is this is our parcel data. I'd like to thank GIS for helping us to create this months ago. This is illustrative of a number of different layers that we have where we can view down to parcel specific data to identify two things in this case. One, is that parcel in the urban interface? Two, what is the snow load, which dictates climate data? So we can look at both of those criteria to see if the home hardening applies for that particular parcel and what climate zone it's in, which we're going to talk about when we get into the energy code here in the next slide. So this is what we like to call the donut. It's a little bit larger than a donut, actually. It goes down to Happy Jack, but you can see the shading in yellow and orange. That is part of the federal wildland urban interface map that we overlaid and imported onto our own parcel data. Now, if we zoomed in on those orange areas, there's going to be a lot of red in there, which is the most conflagration prone area. If we zoom into the yellow, there's probably going to be some orange. There might be some yellow and green. This zoomed out, it's not very specific, but we can zoom into each and every individual parcel to find that information. The home hardening with the wildland urban interface, the shading goes from green, yellow, orange, and red. So in the green and yellow areas, we would not apply the home hardening standard. In the orange and red, where there's more of a chance of conflagration, we would. So that is how we would manage that portion of the home hardening. And again, it also manages how we apply the energy code, which is the next slide. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, I didn't finish the coloration. You can see this, the six zones on the right in the legend. Those are the snow load areas, which also correspond roughly, and in most cases they do, with the energy code. So we can see where we need to apply those standards. So that you can see the purple shading down to gray, that's the snow load areas. So it's a wonderful tool to help our staff, Tim, for example, who's plans examiner, to go in there and look at that specific parcel for a new permit application to tell this is the energy code standard we need to apply, which we're going to talk about next, and this is where the home hardening needs to take place. Any questions on the layers we created?
No, but I thought it was pretty cool.
It is.
And I actually showed it to Summit Fire Chief Earl Callender, who's also here with us, who is also very interested in this. So I hope you'll have an opportunity to sit down with him and show this, because, you know, the fact that you can lay all these overlays and then apply them on a parcel to parcel basis is pretty impressive and can be very helpful in development and in many aspects. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Like, again, I'd like to thank GIS that helped us put this together. They can do this stuff very fast. That leads us to the Energy Conservation Code. So this is designed to set minimum energy efficiency standards. The first real profound iteration of the Energy Code was roughly 2012. The Energy Code always has some contention with it, and it's because it always adds cost. That's just the nature of the Energy Code. It's additional construction. There are sometimes new technologies that go along with the Energy Code. And what the 2024 Energy Code proposes, again, we're on the 2018 Energy Code right now. What the 2024 Energy Code proposes is 51 different options that a designer or a builder could select to meet the minimum code. So the challenges that we've discussed with some of the building community, and like the chair pointed out, we have a lot of owner builders. In Arizona, you can operate as your own general contractor, and we do have almost 50% of our residential construction is an owner builder. Owner builders sometimes have great knowledge. Maybe they've built 3 or 4 of their own homes over the years. Maybe this is the first one. They've moved to Arizona and they want to build their own home. It's a great thing to be able to do. But it's confusing. 51 different options to piecemeal together to meet the Energy Code is confusing. We had a meeting with our building and safety, not Building Safety Advisory Board, but my community development advisory group. We had a meeting at the end of the day yesterday to go over this very thing. And Chris Heinrich, who's the designer that's on my advisory group, when we were talking about this, he's very knowledgeable in code, but as a new code, likely what we see happen is they don't pick necessarily the minimum of those 51 options to meet the minimum code. They choose a whole bunch of them. And it's because they don't know if they're meeting the minimum code before they submit to us. So they just add a number of redundant energy efficiencies, adding cost that's unnecessary. The last bullet point, and we're going to be talking about this a couple more slides, but the last bullet point is more of the commercial side of the Energy Code, which we haven't dove into quite as much yet as we have the residential, because again, that's where we're trying to alleviate costs as much as we can, and that's most of what we do is residential construction. There are additional control valves, energy recirculation valves, things that are expensive and complicated to put on buildings to improve energy efficiency. We're trying to eliminate maintenance challenges with those types of technologies. But we have a solution that we came up with that we're going to present to the board on the next slide, unless you have any questions before we get there.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So staff of all different areas of the county, Nina didn't make it today. She's our sustainable building program manager, and her employee, Amanda Siegel, they did a lot of work on this, as well as Pat Headington, our building official, my advisory group, and we put our heads together. Okay, how are we going to try to propose to meet the minimum energy code that is easy, for one, that people can do, that staff actually knows what they're reviewing, because this is all things that we need to learn how to enforce, and that the inspectors, when they go out, they know, yes, this is built properly and it meets code. So what we did is we came up with what we call a prescriptive package to meet the minimum of the Energy Code. Out of those 51 options, we selected 5 elements that meet, in some cases exceed the minimum Energy Code, that we found to be the easiest to do, the cheapest to do, and the easiest for us as staff to inspect and acknowledge that it's built per code. And we'll get into those 5 here in just a minute. But again, it's simple and inexpensive in comparison to letting designers, piecemeal together things that may be way above minimum energy code. And I preface this because this is the prescriptive path that we're suggesting to the board to meet the minimum code. If a customer or client or an applicant, a builder, want to exceed that, they're welcome to do that. If they want their home to be the most energy efficient home in Coconino County and get that sustainable building award, they can do that. We're just telling them the easiest and cheapest way to do it. A comparison, we try not to compare City of Flagstaff to the county because we are in the same area, but we have 6 different climate zones in Coconino County. You know, it goes from around 3,000 feet in Greenhaven where it gets very hot. It still freezes, but it gets very hot, up to 9,000 feet in Whitehorse Park up on the peaks. So, and everywhere in between that, we have these 6 climate zones that dictate snow loading so the structures don't collapse. And it also tells us where to apply the energy code. And again, we'll get into the specifics here in a minute. Any questions on our suggestion to create a prescriptive code for our customers? And again, it's the bare minimum that they need to do.
You know, again, it's that balance, right? Between affordability, health and safety, and our commitment to sustainability and in a carbon reduce future, if you will. And so let's proceed. But I think that these are all the balancing acts that we need to do. I think it's very interesting, and I'm sure you'll get into that, the city of Flagstaff and their decision and why. So,
thank you, Madam Chair. So here is the package essentially that we've selected out of those 51 options that we identified as the most efficient and the cheapest. So the first is increased vertical fenestration. So that's just a fancy way of saying windows and sliding glass doors and ceiling insulation. So some of that's a U factor, some of it's the R value. Those are the inverse of the other. R is resistance to heat transfer. The way you remember U is you're losing heat. So that's how we remember the inverse of the R value and the U factor. So for my townhome again, and we'll have additional numbers in a subsequent work session, but I've got 180 square foot of windows in my 1,634 square foot townhome. There is a minimum code. You have to have a minimum amount of windows per square footage of your home. That's about an $1,100 increase in the cost of the material for the sliding glass door and the windows, because I am in climate zone 7 here in the city of Flagstaff. The next thing is the increased foundation slab R value, which for my place would be about $2,000. So there's $3,100 just to meet the energy code for that townhome. But I do want to preface that those are only in the higher climate zones. So the lower climate zones, like in Greenhaven, for example, for Supervisors Fowler's district, none of that applies. So that is where we go back to the map, the parcel specific data, where we can see those provisions do not apply to this home. It applies to the homes that are in climate zone 5B through 8, I think it is, or 6, I can't remember. But in the higher climate zones. So that is what was interesting about the 2024 Energy Code, is that they actually went backwards in some climate zones to what the 2018 Energy Code is now. And I say that because the 2018 Energy Code, when it came out, was contentious in its own way, but is widely accepted now, and it is considered a pretty darn energy efficient code. So yeah, the Code Council went backwards in some climate zones. One of the things that we identified, and this was Pat's brainchild, was the duct system leakage test. Here's Jeff Knorr. He's also on my Building and Safety Advisor Board. Jeff, we started a little early. Sorry about that. Andy's on my Community Development Advisory Group. So thanks, Jeff. The duct system leakage test is something that once you install your duct work, if you have multi-story, you've seen the foil bags that they use to get air. It's not solid metal duct work anymore unless it's single story. In some cases, even that's the prefabricated bag. If that leaks and it's poorly installed and it's leaked, you're heating or cooling the inside of your walls. That doesn't do any good for energy consumption in your house. So by the testing, they can say, yes, this meets. I looked into it a little bit. It's about $400 to do that test. Jeff astutely pointed out yesterday when we met that there are 2 different standards that affect this. We have yet to identify which standard we're going to apply and how we're going to do that. So there is, again, this is the kickoff to the code, so we still have some work to do. But ensuring that your heating and or cooling isn't leaking into the wall space is huge for energy consumption. So that is one of the package of 5 that we're proposing. Additional caulking around windows, doors, and floor plates is another one that to prevent that air loss. That is another one that is very likely going to have a significant impact on heat loss. We're still discussing where we are going to require that additional caulking. But again, it's easy for us as staff to inspect. We can say this is where you need to put additional layers of caulking here. And it's inexpensive. Granted, we don't go too far and make the home too tight, and then we need energy recovery valves and things to circulate air. We're not proposing to do that. Attic knee wall insulation is another one that we're still going back and forth on. As far as what's required, we're seeing more and more mechanical systems not installed in attics. They're being installed in like in a garage or in a mechanical room off a garage. None of that would apply. So that $2,000 cost wouldn't be relevant. So that's another one. You can see there are 6 items that we have, and we kind of want 5 for the package. Sorry. To meet the energy code. So that's another one we're still kicking around. So there may not be a cost there. There definitely wouldn't be a cost there with certain types of construction if your furnace is not in an attic, particularly if it's an unconditioned one. And then 95% efficiency furnaces. So this was a provision that came out in the 2018 energy code that we're currently on, that we amended out of the energy code because there was a lot of contention. They were new technology at the time. They were much more expensive to purchase at the time. They weren't readily available. That has completely changed. Here we are 8 years later in 2026. That's all they have at Home Depot, for example, are 95% efficiency furnaces. They're very readily available. They are more expensive, but they're extremely efficient. So between duct leakage, the additional caulking, and the energy efficiency furnaces, it's not a lot of money, and they are hugely impactful for saving of energy. So in summary, and then I'll open it back up for good discussion with the board, but in summary, my 1,600 square foot townhome, between the home hardening, these IECC provision, the energy code provisions, and the additional roughly $200 that the permit fee would increase, it comes to about $8,500 for what my townhome would cost to build, minus the attic knee wall insulation. So if we decide that we don't need that in certain types of construction, and again, Pat and I discussed this today, so we're still looking at that. That would be a $6,500 increase in the construction of my townhome today. We have some comparisons of what going above and beyond the energy code, what the city's proposing to do to show what some of those costs might look like in the next slide. But are there any questions before we proceed?
Comments, questions, members? Please proceed.
Okay, thanks. So that set of the package that we call it for the energy codes is about a 12% increase in energy efficiency. Amanda and Nina in our sustainable building program put a modeling program together, and they came up with 13%. So it's really close to what I came up with as far as energy cost savings. So 12% increase in cost savings. I keep my thermostat at 65 degrees. People hate being at my house. I'm hardly ever there. So I'm not gonna see a real extended return on investment because I don't use a ton of energy to begin with when I am there by myself. It's about a 10-year ROI for where I live, a return on investment. So that's $6,500 or so. Would take me 10 years, give or take, in gas and electricity bill to get my money back. The City of Flagstaff Sustainability Group.
Let me ask you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for comparison's sake, what is the average length of time somebody owns their home here in Flagstaff?
It's a great question. I had that jotted down here, Madam Chair. It's the National Association of Home Builders, so the National Home Builders Group. This is a pre-COVID statistic, but it was 12 years. I don't know what it is today. I think our society has gotten more transient post-COVID. So I don't know if it's 12 years anymore. But to your point, if I sold my place next year, I just barely got my return of investment back at 10 years. So that's a great point to make. So the City of Flagstaff it was either mid or late January, I forget, but I was at the meeting. Their sustainability group presented a whole slew of additional energy code suggestions to the City Council, which was very interesting. They had 4 options. Option 1 to the City Council with the energy code specific Again, because the energy code for the residential construction is really the only substantive change in the codes this cycle. It's the only thing that's going to add cost. They said do nothing was option one. That was stick with the 2018 energy code. Again, I mentioned it is an energy efficient code. We could increase 12% by our 5-piece package there here in the county. Option two was what's called net zero ready, which I'm going to be not quite as accurate as I am with my own townhome. I believe that Genevieve, when she presented, I believe the home they modeled was a 2,000 square foot home. I'm not completely certain of that. So these numbers could be a little bit off, but I took these dollar amounts straight from the city's presentation. The net zero ready being all electric ready increases the cost of home about $15,000. The third option that the city presented to the council was true net zero, which is all electric plus hardened solar ready, plus what's called plus what's called the stretch code, which many of those 51 options, it isn't minimum, those are increased standards now. So the U factor and the R value are even more strict than what we're proposing. And they call it the glide path. And what that means is it's for the 2030 carbon neutrality that the city has that plan. Now that for the 2,000 square foot home increased the cost of $35,000 with roughly a 12 to 16 year return on investment. I have that on the next slide. Now, when we met at the building community development advisory group yesterday, one of the builders that's on the group, I think he's on remotely, had said that it's probably significantly, as a builder, he says it's probably significantly more than $35,000. So I don't know that, but that's a fair amount of increase of cost to home. But that is what the city council decided to do for the city of Flagstaff. So we're taking a pretty different approach in the county. You know, we have 6 climate zones. We have a lot of owner builders. We have a lot of off-grid homes. We're trying to keep those costs down. I made a comment here about there's tax credits. There's still the federal credits expired. There still are credits at the state level, but there's uncertainty there. So even if you do go above and beyond the minimum energy code, there may not be a financial credit there for you. Any questions on what the city chose to do? And I just share that because we are in the same region, but we're taking very different proposed approaches.
Comments, questions, members of the board? You know, obviously, sometimes the county is, like in my case, literally the county is across the street from my house, which is in the city.
Yep.
But for most of Coconino County, we have such a large, as you say, rural area, different climate zones, and really most importantly, a lot of owner builders and a lot of off-grid homes throughout Coconino County. So I think those all factor into our decision-making as well, and also our concern for affordability. So, any other comments or questions? I know we aren't making a decision today, and I don't know if any members of your board had provided any of their thoughts. We'd love to hear from them too.
Absolutely. That's why I asked them to come. Thank you for that. I do have a couple more slides.
Sure. That would be fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, just thinking about, you know, folks in Flagstaff and how different county to city codes are going to be. I think part of our education campaign with our county is explaining that, because we might have, like for myself, where the majority of my district is in the city jurisdiction with only a couple county islands. It's going to be important for folks to understand the differences and understand what the city requires compared to the county. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that, Supervisor Vasquez. So here's where baseball season started. You know I'm a big baseball fan, and I'm going to throw the Greg Maddux two-seamer at you. You remember, it had a lot of movement. Anyway, so I've looked out to a number of the other jurisdictions.
Could it have been at least a Diamondbacks player that you were going to refer to?
Fair enough.
Maybe Randy Johnson.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, he's the trebuchet. So this is, Nina corrected me on this because this happened as of January 1. The city Tucson, you could cross that right off. But Pima County, Yavapai County, Yuma, we understand Yuma County will go the same way the city does. Oro Valley, town of Cave Creek, and the town of Sarita. So the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association clearly had a lot of impact on their code decision process. It's a powerful group. I think the town of Marana, whom I used to work for, is going to do the same thing. They have all adopted, as of January, the 2024 suite of codes, except for the energy code. They stayed with the 2018. I mentioned this at the end of the presentation because the ISO rating that we talked about at the beginning of this presentation is not affected by the energy code. It's affected by life and health safety, which is the rest of the codes. So that is an option. And the city did present that option to the council, their council as well. Just wanted to throw that out there. The final piece of the presentation is in 2018, former County Supervisor Art Babbitt was instrumental in creating what was called the Innovative Materials and Systems Pilot Program. What that is it's for a 600 square foot or less house. You can exempt yourself out of building codes so that you can use, predominantly you can use all these products that aren't listed. We talked about listed building products earlier. I mean, there's all kinds of interesting things out there. They're making, cement type blocks out of recycled plastic, and they're very structurally sound, but they don't meet code. So this was a way for folks to build these smaller off-grid homes without obtaining building permits. The problem with it, there's no problem with it. The only problem with it is that we adopted it as part of the building code. It's exempting itself out of the building. It shouldn't be in the building codes. So we're proposing when we move forward with 2024 codes that this is its own standalone ordinance. Nothing's going to change with this program. It'll just be on its own out of the building codes. Just for a little pilot program participation, we've closed permits, ones that we've actually permitted and people are living in them. There's been 4. In construction, there's 5. And in the permitting stage process, there's 4. But that doesn't seem like a lot, but there is a lot of inquiry that Amanda and her team do work with the community on. There's a ton of consultation that goes on. I just want to let you know that that'll be coming forward later, so it doesn't raise too many eyebrows when you hear, well, what's this new building code coming in? It's the sustainable program. And that's the end of my presentation. And
So the city has in fact adopted the new energy code. It is a done deal for them. Or are they still discussing it?
Madam Chair, they're still discussing. So the presentation in January to the council was just specific to the energy code because it was fairly impactful on the rest of the code cycle. Talking with Amy Tressler, the building official with the City of Flagstaff, we're trying to kind of stick to the same time frame of a June 30th. It'll be, I think it's June 9th, I think is when it's actually is proposed to come before the board. The way our industry works, however, is that there's a 6-month gap when a jurisdiction adopts a new code cycle, so that if somebody's got a project in design under our current code, they don't have to scrap it and then throw it away and start on the new code. So they'll have a 6-month window to operate under either code cycle. And the City of Flagstaff's looking at a end of the fiscal year adoption time frame as well. It benefits our customers to be really close to the same cycle.
Any other comments, questions, members of the board?
No, I was going to say I don't have any questions because when you and I had our one-on-one, we had a really good conversation. And that's where, we kind of flushed everything out. So I fully understand the presentation here today.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask that, a lot of times when something comes up like this, where there's community input or information that has been going out or whatever, what efforts have those been done, or we're in the talking stages and it's going to come before the board for approval?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair and Supervisor Begay. So we have engaged with our Building Safety Advisory Board, which again is a statutorily appointed group to hear these discussions. The Community Development Advisory Group is made up of different builders in the community. We are talking to folks about some of our ideas. It's been pretty well supported just because we're trying to eliminate too much of a cost increase. There isn't a lot of substantive change in the code this year, so we're not getting a lot of feedback. Our portal information, so we're completely online in the department. Everybody has to go through our SmartGov portal, so we haven't put them up yet, but we're going to have notices on there. So anytime anybody goes into their portal, they'll know what we're doing. We can link it to a Q&A sheet that it's been suggested that we put together with these substantive changes. We do have Monday, March 23rd, we have the Building Safety Advisory Board kickoff with the public that a press release will go out for. And we do have a follow-up work session with the board that we'll notice, as well as the actual hearing itself. So we're trying to get that information out there as best we can, given that the NABA has closed their doors locally.
Jay, if I can, and Madam Chair, I just talked with Melissa Randazzo and Katie Squires. We'll be participating through communications and community relations on helping Jay and his team notice that using social media and other aspects, providing to the districts also as well, any information that you need and such to help for anyone who's interested to know when those public participation moments will be coming up.
Thanks, Eric.
Great. I think it's important to get this out and get some community response. That'll help us too as we move forward. So thanks very much.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody wants to.
Yeah, I'd love to
speak.
hear from the members of
I'll
the
sit
board if they have some thoughts on this. Big recommendations, both in terms of the energy code, but also, the adoption of fire hardening constructions. Come on up. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, we just want to say we appreciate, my name is Jeff Knorr, I'm a local general contractor. Appreciate very much being invited to be on the board, Jay's involvement with the community, him reaching out to builders, and not just builders, but building professionals to understand the impact is extremely helpful for us, and being able to get out ahead of it from a knowledge standpoint and substantive changes to plans and things. And I very much appreciate his minimalist approach on the energy code as opposed to what the city is proposing. Personally, I feel there's very much a point of diminished returns on this energy code. And I'll remind everybody of the 70s when everything was going all electric, and then everybody ripped all that out and put gas in. I don't know that that's going to be that way again. But the infrastructure has some issues too before we can truly take everything all electric the way that they're trying to do. So taking this in a measured approach, not too much too fast, and a minimal amount of cost, especially in our environment, is very much appreciated from at least this builder.
Thank you for your thoughts. Really appreciate that.
Afternoon, Chairperson Horseman and Board of Supervisors. Got Guy Eklund, 14 East Dale. Paralegal for Tony Collins' office since 1998, and also more recently as I've also become a legal paraprofessional and as a member of the state bar. I've worked with Coconino County community development, land use and building issues.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I don't
can't
know.
hear. I can't hear.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that.
Could you start
And it's
over?
on, isn't it?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor, for letting us know. Sometimes it's so hard because these need to get so close. So
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, when you speak right directly into the mic. Yes, thank you.
All right, I presently serve on the Community Development Advisory Group with Jay. I've always considered Coconino County my favorite county to work with. I personally just wanted to voice my support for the building code adoption that Jay's been working with the advisory group on. I can tell you firsthand that Jay Christelman has worked very hard to strike the right balance between meeting the intent of the Energy Conservation Code while being practical at the same time. It's well known that there's an affordability crisis in northern Arizona. I'm hearing building permits for new homes are down 90% this year, and that mansions seem to be dominating mostly what's in the building permit queue. Interest rates, material costs, costs of construction, insurance costs, insurability, and energy code adoptions are all contributing factors to the issue of affordability. I personally support Jay Christelman's approach, and so does the law office of Tony Collins. Thank you.
thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us today, and thank you for serving. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Yeah, come on up.
Hi, Aaron Heisey, architect and Coconino County resident, chair and supervisors. I wanted to say, very excited about the measures proposed by Mr. Crystalman. And I think that I appreciate that there's a limited number and that I think that they'll be very effective and clear and make a significant difference. And also as a resident of Kachina Village, I'm also especially interested in the fire hardening propositions. I think that's very important. And also in any possible grants for existing homeowners out there. I think that's important, again, because of the issue that you raised with the ever-increasing insurance costs out there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, thank you for being on the board, and for everyone else that's here. Thank you for serving, and we certainly appreciate your input and your expertise. It takes us all to build an even better Coconino County, and we really appreciate your involvement. So any other comments, questions from members of the board or from members of our staff? Otherwise, thank you, and I appreciate also, Jay, you taking the time to meet with some of us individually as well. I think that was very helpful, and look forward to continued discussion, getting some community input, and ultimately making a decision that works best for all of our communities. So thank you, Jay.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you so much. I appreciate it. A lot of effort's gone into this. My name gets mentioned lots. It isn't just me. It's the entire team that we work with, made up of many people here as well as many people in the department that didn't come today or weren't able to, folks that might be online. It is a lot of information, so thank you for listening to me blabber for an hour and however long it's been. And thank you for the direction. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, it has been a very long and very productive day. And once again, we appreciate our staff, appreciate legal, our departments that were here with us today, and most importantly for our public that we serve, and great to hear from all of them as well. So with that, where's that little gavel? We are done. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Hello, Jen. I drank my